Hello, friends. Welcome back to True Crime Metrix. First of all, let's get a look at this microphone or listen to this microphone. How about that? Let's start that right away. So we are up from Sweden. Hey, our friends in Stockholm have sent us a microphone. How fantastic is the tech? Comes from Sweden, along with everybody's favorite furniture. That's good. It's going to take a couple of days, so we're going to be lumbered with this budget kit. But that's okay, all good. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me, or a loudspeaker, or a lobster. Hello, John Duncan. Hello, Teresa. Lion of Judah. Welcome, Lion. Welcome back. Give us a roar. Give us a roar. Good. John Duncan loves the mic. It's fantastic, isn't it? Maybe I should move that chat while we discuss these things. So this apparent breaking news, I always get a little bit concerned when I hear that guy coming out with some news. I have not watched it myself. It's all through the grapevine, but the moment I heard, which was about an hour ago, I was immediately spurious. Something didn't make sense to me. Okay? So let me just try and get this clean sheet of notepaper here so we can compose thoughts. It's going to be a long evening. We do have a cup of coffee. buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. But this is a French press. Where is that coffee from? Well, I believe it's from Kenya. Only the best for the Metrix studio. Having a little trouble pushing it down. You don't have these problems with those fancy machines. But quite frankly, I enjoy the workout. I'm gonna need a protein bar after this, I tell you. Oh my God. I just can't think until I hear this sleeky goodness pour into my cup. Very nice. Look at that, look at that, look at that. Ooh. Okay, so what happened? Apparently Donna Adelson was offered a deal. State said to Donna, listen, Donna, trial. We're on the eve of trial, pretty much, and we're going to offer you a deal. The deal is you walk free. Time served. Georgia Kaplan's going to walk you out of the gates. Chief Mac's going to invite you to a barbecue. And Harvey's going to drop dead with, sheer, unadulterated glee. That'll probably be the best thing for everybody. Neither one of them are going to be sharing showers anymore, are they? Let's be honest. Anyway, so what happened? The state said, Donna, we're going to offer you a deal on the eve of trial. The deal is, you tell us everything you know. You admit your wrongdoing, you allocute, and you tell us everything you know about Wendi. You give damning testimony against your daughter about her involvement in the murder of her ex-husband, Professor Markel. Straight away, I said, well, she's not going to do that. And the reasons I said that were mainly to do with Donna's need to present the image that she wishes others to see, right? That image does not include, yes, I was a murderer and got caught. If she was a murderer and got away with it, she might brag about that to private circles or to her family, the most private circle of all, the jewel concentric. She might have done that, but she's just, not only am I a fucking shit stain of society, killing, murdering, total psycho stakes, and it's all public knowledge. She needs to not say that. Then, of course, it comes to her daughter. Now, although, I said, listen, what Georgia needs to do is find a way to show Donna, to demonstrate to Donna, Wendi hates your guts, okay, and has done for longer than you can imagine. This whole murder that you thought, she actually tricked you into doing it for her so that you would be tricked into insulating her from the murder. And also, she really, while you're rotting in prison, she's a fucking nasty piece of work, your daughter. Wendi Adelson is a nasty motherfucker. Yeah? If Georgia Kappelman could have worked out a way, oh hey, thank you so much, Chancery Myers. Chancery Myers. I still think it sounds like, what did I say? It doesn't matter. It's fantastic. Well done for the 3 cups, Chancey. And C. Malone, thank you for the super sticker. That's wonderful stuff, guys. Thank you. If Georgia Kappelman could have found a way to convince Donna and not convince, demonstrate and show evidence of the truth that Wendi Adelson set her up and then bailed on her and doesn't give a flying fuck. Yeah? There's no Wendi sitting going, oh, I wish I never did this. My whole family has been arrested for murder and they're probably going to get me too. And oh, if only I could turn it back. Everything has gone according to plan. Wendy's plan, right? Because she's the smartest one of all of them. And I know some people don't believe that, Wendi actively hated her mother and brother because of what? Because she told people that they were really close. Because Jeff LACASSE testified to that based on what she told him and one meeting. They were close. They were close. Yeah, they were close babysitters for her kids that she didn't want. You think she loves those kids? She doesn't love those kids. She never sees those kids. So where were we? Yeah, I said right when Donna was arrested, that's what Georgia Kappelman needed to do to get Donna to flip. So even if Donna has kind of gone, oh, fucking hell, Wendi really abandoned us and all this, and we're pissed off at her because she's all right, she's happy, she's not going to go for it and put her away. Why? Because again, that's another thing to her image. Not only am I a fucking shit stain of society, murdering asshole, not only am I too fucking stupid not to make basic errors and get caught and embarrassed in front of the entire world, right? Not only that, I also fucking turned in my own daughter, and my son is rotting in prison. I mean, what would be the fucking point of getting out? She's 75 years old. She's going to be dead in 5 years. Certainly if she stays in jail, which I guess she's she's not gonna, there's no good standard of living. Maybe she'd have longevity in her lifespan if she were in the fucking shiatsu spa massage and all the fucking pharmaceuticals, the health doctor checks and the good diet and all the rest of it, right? Sitting in a jail in fucking northern Florida, your life expectancy, not just from the danger of the inmates, but just in general, You know, do people get to super fucking old age in jail? Not often. I think many people that have life sentences would have lived longer had they not been in prison, right? So you really think she's going to destroy her own image? Because even though everybody knows that she did it, all her close relatives, even the people that pretend to support her, you know, if they do that, they're lying. Because, I mean, what moron would look at this case and go, oh yeah, crooked Georgia Cappleman set up the Adelsons, okay. What moron thinks that Katie McBanower came to Charlie Adelson's house and said, something terrible has happened. Oh, I ran my mouth about the $1 million offer to bad people, and they drove up to Florida and they killed Dan, and now you need to give them $250,000 or they're going to kill you or someone in your family. You know, what moron believes that? But it doesn't matter to Donna, because if she doesn't admit it, in her mind, she can tell herself it's not true. In her mind, she can tell herself, oh, Georgia Cappleman, she had help with her PowerPoint, and she left that picture of Dan up there for fucking 10 minutes, and the jury saw it, and now everybody, the media, the social media, they've convinced everybody, even the people in my life, even my friends and relatives, they all believe that story too. She can be a martyr to herself, right? That would be enough for her. She's not going to turn on Wendi and have to do all that so that she can get out for 5 fucking years. I mean, what's the point? She was going to kill herself anyway. You know, that whole thing, if when she petitioned the court for early release, she was on the stand, she was saying, oh, I can't prepare for my trial because the guards are really loud, and the doors, they're really bangy, and the inmates are screaming, oh, I don't get any brain food, oh, I need to be out, and I'll be under house arrest. And you remember that? She was like, I'll wear an ankle monitor. I'll be home from 7 in the evening until 7 in the morning, which is like most people are home from 7 in the evening to 7 in the morning. I'm here all day, apart from when I take soap out for a walk. You know, that's not house arrest. Not much of one. That's a very, you know, kind curfew is what you could have called it. My point is that if she have gotten that granted, Harvey was there. You think he didn't have a fucking bag of fucking awesome killer drugs? I'll be at home on an ankle monitor. All right. Well, that whole thing was not about preparing for trial. That whole thing was about being outside of the reach of the people that will stop you from killing yourself. Had Donna gotten a house with Harvey, rented a house in Tallahassee, house arrest, ankle monitor, curfew, so on, they would have both taken pills and died together. They'd have found them on a fucking double bed, and that would have been the story of them. Ankle monitor doesn't stop you taking pills. Curfew doesn't stop you taking pills. Being outside of the eyes of law enforcement that would stop you and revive you and make you face justice, that would stop you taking... Well, you're not going to get the pills you need in jail, but fucking Harvey knows all about pills. He's a fucking medical professional. He's got prescription pads. He can put a concoction that would give you the best fucking experience to die ever, right? I think a lot of people, if they want to commit suicide, they think, well, you know, should I hang myself? Or should I jump off a bridge? What about the slashing of the wrists? You know, all of those things are super fucking scary, right? You're thinking, oh my God, you know, what if I jump off and I don't die and I just break both my fucking legs and hip? Then my life's going to be even worse. What if I hang myself and, you know, I just break my neck. There's all these factors. And the same with pills. For a non-medical professional to sit there with a bottle of pills and go, okay, well, this is either going to work, or I'm going to have this bottle of pills with a quart of vodka, and I'm going to wake up tomorrow and need a fucking kidney transplant, which is not going to help me with my depression. You know what I mean? But with a medical professional, he would know exactly the amounts to give it a very nice, comfortable, maybe even funny, experience on the way out. Anyway, what else do we know about this situation? Back to the deal. The deal was, tell us all you know about Wendi, you go free, time served, we're going to go and get Wendi. Now, the other problem I had with this was the problem, and this is one of the reasons I did not believe it when I first heard about it. I think it's now been confirmed that this has happened. But the thing that I don't like about it particularly is that apparently the state has said that they made this deal, or they offered this deal to Donna because they don't feel they have enough to get Wendi without it. And I still don't believe the state have said that. You know why? Because that would be the dumbest fucking thing to say ever, right? Talk about exposing your you're exposing your lack of confidence, exposing your own perception of a weak position. And then what about she turns it down? The state would have considered this is at least a 50% chance, probably more than 50%, that she will turn it down. They know about fucking psychological profiles. They know her full fucking... They probably know her and her life better than she does, They would know that it's a very high chance, more than 50% probably, that she would turn it down. So why would they even say that? Why would they say, we need this, please, Mrs. Adelson, will you give us this? Because without you, Mrs. Adelson, we're not going to be able to get Wendi, Mrs. Adelson. And then, say she turns it down, and then the state later choose to indict Wendi. It goes to a grand jury, and the grand jury look at it and says, it says here that you said on the August 4th that you didn't feel that you had enough to get Wendi Adelson arrested unless Donna gave you this deal, and apparently Donna turned it down. So what's changed? My understanding is the whole point of a grand jury is that you go to them and you say, we have the the reasonable grounds to enact this arrest. We have this much evidence. We believe it's enough to achieve a conviction, and we want to go and arrest them now. As far as my understanding, that is the point of a grand jury. So why would you go and publicize the fact that you don't feel like you have enough to make an arrest and achieve a conviction without Donna's statement, when it's an unknown whether or not she's going to accept the deal or refuse the deal? Okay? I don't think that happened. I think that's opinion on that show that brought this up. Surviving the Survivor, I think it was. Tim Jansen. I don't know. I never get a chance to watch other creators do their stuff. I just watch the courtroom stuff, and I make my own channel, but I hear things all the time, obviously. And I don't know. I've never been that warm to the whole Tim Jensen thing. He seems to really enjoy being on a podcast, right? There seems to be a personal motive. I don't know. Like I said, I've only seen it a couple of times. What else could we say about that? So apparently she turned it down. She said, no, thank you. I'm going to trial, which is great for me. I was all worried. I was like, oh my God, are we going to have another fucking situation where there's not going to be a trial that we were expecting? Because that would fucking piss me off. Does anyone remember the date for the original trial? Was it supposed to start on May? It doesn't really matter. It's in the past. What else can we say? So she turned it down. So now we proceed. Maybe we should go to the comments. Welcome everybody in the chat. Welcome Mike Petty. Mike Petty, welcome back. One Pariah 67. How you doing, Kyle? Spire JFK, good to see you. Spire says, we can't believe Tim Jensen. He has sought a job to defend Wendi from the very beginning. He thinks Wendi will add him to the defense. Well, I don't think he thinks that. As far as I have been made aware, because I don't follow the channel, Tim Jensen started off speaking about Wendi's innocence, but has still retracted that. Is that not correct? Maybe we should go all the way back and just work our way. I'm going to try and not do every comment today, but we'll see if there's a big one. Everybody hears me, right? Oh no. Okay. We did drop a bunch of frames. Fuck's sake. I was uploading a video, so maybe that. Hopefully it's better now. Well, apologies for the buffering. Okay, it sounds good now. Yeah. Whoops. David Anderson Kirk says, it sucks because the parts I can hear have me really curious, but every other word is dropped out. I can't believe that. On my monologue. Oh, thank you, Christine, for the super chat. That's very kind of you, Christine. Hopefully, the on-demand version after the live stream will not be buffering. So if you want to hear what we were talking about, come back later and tomorrow maybe, and watch it again. That would be a good idea. Everybody should watch it again. I really need Amy. Where is Amy? Yeah. Okay. The monologue was better than Johnny Carson, but it was chopped. Fuck. Don't you just hate that? When you let all of your genius out of your being and there's a fucking buffer. All right, so do we have anything more to say on this now? Do we have anything more to say on this now? Let me think. Michael Crawford says, the judge warned Adelson she had about a week to seek a plea agreement with the state before her trial starts in September. So it would make sense they would have the convo before this. Well, the trial's in August. The trial's on the 19th of August. Yeah. I mean, you know, on the 8th, this Friday, we've got the last pre-trial hearing where, you know, I believe that this will need to come up and be confirmed that a deal was offered and refused. I'm sure Judge Everett will want to know that. Yeah, okay. So maybe, I mean, does anyone have anything to say? Did anybody watch the show on Surviving the Survivor, by the way? If anyone could tell me what was said or something, we could talk about it. But this is all just so hot off the press. There's not much more we can say right now. I don't believe that the opinion that the state doesn't have enough to arrest Wendi without Donna's cooperation. I don't believe that came from the state. They wouldn't say that. It would expose their weak position, if it is a weak position. It wouldn't add anything. That would be the dumbest thing to do ever, and I don't believe that would happen. I'm not surprised that Donna turned it down at all. You know, I think if in some fantasy world, if they'd have offered a deal where Charlie and Donna walked free to put Wendi away, I think she'd have thought about it for longer, at least, you know. And been able to find some justification. Oh, Wendy's children are almost grown, but Charlie still has a 6-year-old, you know. So that's another thing that Donna loves to do with her selfish decisions, looking for some philanthropic, charitable, benevolent way that she can get her own way, right? I did it for Ramen Noodleson. Yeah. It's about time says, I watched STS. The state offered Donna time served if she would give information on Wendi, and Donna said no. Yes, yeah, we know that much. But we're saying we're not surprised that she said no. But did you also hear, because I didn't watch it, It's About Time, where did this opinion come from? Some declaration that the state needed this deal because they didn't feel they had enough without it to get Wendi. Because I can't imagine any fucking attorney's office in the country that would be that stupid to declare something like that. That would be so damaging. You don't go up against, you know, if you put two boxers in the ring, you know, one of them doesn't say to the other one, oh, well, I'm going to need to get my blue gloves, because if I don't get my blue gloves, I'm not going to be strong enough to win. You know, because the boxer in the other corner is going to be like, okay. So you need your blue gloves. Telling his manager, go and hide that guy's fucking blue gloves, okay? It's not a very good analogy, but do we need an analogy? Probably not. Probably not. It's about time says, I wonder if Donna refused the offer because it would seal the deal for Charlie. That's another element to it that I forgot to mention. Thank you for reminding me it's about time. Yeah. Of course, part of the deal of Donna's situation, she can't say, yeah, Wendi did it and I did it, but Charlie's totally innocent. So, I mean, even though Charlie's appeal has been denied and, eventually they will all come to the conclusion that it really is the final chapter for him. There's no way for him to do anything, it's just life in prison now. Donna Adelson doesn't believe that, though. Donna Adelson, we know from the letters we receive, says that, what does she say? She says that, as soon as she gets out, her next job is going to save her son and get him out, and get him a new trial and all this. I mean, delusional, she's still thinking, if Harvey's got a contact way up top, if he can just put the right bribe in the right hands somehow, call in a favor, that little bit of paper that says life in prison Charlie Adelson could disappear and be torn up, that's what she's hoping. But of course, if she comes in and admits it, none of them have admitted it yet. They're still hoping for something, and she's not going to change that to cement her son's fate and put Wendi away as well when she's only got 5 years to live. And I don't think she's doing it because she wouldn't do that to her daughter or something. It's all about the image. She doesn't want to be seen as the woman that put her daughter away. Let's count it up, right? These are the things that would be very, very not allowed for Donna's image. It would be, okay, 1, you're a piece of shit stain on society, murdering motherfucker, selfish psycho. 2, you were really, really bad at it, left all sorts of trails and just basic fuck-ups that any real criminal, would not do, unless your name is Louis and Sigfredo. Okay, so you're a murderer, and you're a stupid murderer. You got caught really easy. I mean, yeah, it took a few years, but they were doing their thing. We all know how embarrassing it was, these wiretaps and everything like that. So you got murderer, stupid murderer got caught, that's 2. 3, you're going to put your daughter away forever. 4, you're going to abandon your son in prison. For what? So you can sit with Harvey and watch TV for the next 3 years before you die. It's basically the same thing you're doing in jail. I mean, for what? But it's not about being noble and protecting Wendi, it's protecting her image. She doesn't want to be, this is a trait that's very similar to Wendi. I don't believe that Wendi has is not capable of any traditional mother's love for her children. That's just not in her, She doesn't look at those boys and say, I'll do anything for these boys. My boys, I'm going to protect my boys, teach my boys, be there for them, care for them, No, none of that. 0. Not even a little bit, right? I actually believe that she thoroughly resents them. And, with the whole relocation thing, I want to move down to Miami, but Dan wants to keep the boys in Tallahassee, so I'm going to have to stay in Tallahassee. I thoroughly believe that she would have left them had it not been that she would have to accept the image of an abandoning mother. You know, that mother that just abandoned her kids, walked away, left her kids, wasn't interested. She didn't want to be that character. She loves playing the character of a strong single mother, you know, that picked up all the pieces after their poor father was brutally gunned down by some Latin kings or whatever, you know. So my point is that there are shared traits, obviously, with this family, as there are many. It's just that with this family, the trait is, what matters most to me is not protecting the people that I quote-unquote love, is not, you know, making sure that people are all right. It's that I achieve the appearance of protecting the people that I love and not turning on them, and so it's all about the image. If there was a way, and this is another one, the justification thing. If there were a way for, like, for example, if Donna was offered a deal where she said, okay, we're going to let you out and Charlie out, but we're going to put Wendi away. The justification could be, well, Wendy's kids are almost grown, but Charlie has a very young son, so he needs to be there to raise raise his young son. You know, I'm not saying that's what would happen, but I'm just trying to give an example about how I see that they go about these justifications, where they can get their own way and protect their image. That's what they do, right? That's what they do. Anyway, I think we might have said, let's just have another quick look through these comments with this quote-unquote breaking news. I fucking hate saying that. You know that little siren people put on their videos? The flashing light, breaking! Breaking! I am a network, and this is breaking. I fucking hate that, you know? Yeah, I don't do any of that. Oh, thank you so much, Carol Johansson. Thank you, Carol, for this super hippo. We love hippos. That's fantastic. Fantastic ways. We got super stickers, super chats, buymeacoffee.com, PayPal, and the merch store. Everybody get the fucking kosher style merch. They are selling like wildfires. We've sold 5. Anyway, Mike Petty says it must have been ramen and Donna Adelson idea, and Wendi just went along with it. Debbie Gibby says, in my opinion, Tim Jansen talks too much and shouldn't spread this info around. The Markels probably didn't even know. Yeah, well, you know, I've seen him talk once or twice, but I don't know. I mean, my feeling is he's just on that show almost every day, isn't he? Doesn't he have his own channel? Like, he should just start his own channel. Wendy Fletcher said, Jansen said it was in court told to him by reliable sources. Yeah, I've got some sources too. I've got, I was going to do a video and show you all my sources. We've got ketchup, barbecue, soy, Tabasco. Is that a sauce? I don't know if Tabasco is a sauce, or yeah, it's a hot sauce, right? Fermented hot sauce. Yeah, I've got a bunch of sauces as well. No mention of not having enough on Wendi. Oh well, you know, that's good, because I didn't watch it and I only heard things through the grapevine. But I immediately said that's if they did say that, I suspected that that was never said. But I said if they were to have said that, then that would have been the stupidest thing ever. Just an opinion. I thought I had today. People are talking about Wendy's in Colorado. Oh, the Markels don't know where she is. Oh, yeah. What's she up to now? Yeah. And I thought, would it be of any benefit, or what's the opposite of benefit? Danger? I don't know. What's the opposite of benefit? Someone check with AI. Would it be of any benefit to Wendi to just not show up? Not show up at all. Disappear, but in Colorado. I mean, we know that Wendi and her lawyers are very circumspect. They think of everything, well, maybe not circumspect, thinking in the round, thinking of things from every angle. They've probably considered it. I just wonder what the sheet of paper would look like with the pros and cons. Should I show up or not? You've got to figure she feels the noose tightening a little bit more every time she has to walk into that courtroom. But I think she really likes that. She sort of struts in, doesn't she? Christine says, just an opinion, that's why they offered a deal. No one on STS stated that the state's position was their case was weak against Wendi. Okay, good. Apparently, I was misinformed, but like I said, I thought it was spurious to begin with. He said, Wendi Fletcher, he said that. I watched it. He said they probably don't have enough. That's why they offered a deal. Yeah, but, when you say he, are you talking about Joel or Tim? Because if it's from either of those two, that's just opinion. It's like me. Do you really think my opinions matter? I like to think so, but I know that they don't. Same with any channel, really, isn't it? We're just talking. We're sharing ideas. And that's great. No, his appeal has not been denied yet. It has. Has it not? The First District Court of Appeal denied Charlie Adelson's motion to relinquish jurisdiction back to the trial court. Adelson was convicted in 2023 for the murder of blah, 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 blah. So, let's go into this. We can put this up on the screen. Still a path forward for Charlie Adelson. Appeal after unfavourable court order. First, the court denied Adelson's motion to relinquish jurisdiction back to the trial court, but local criminal defense attorney Don Pumphrey, wow, what a name, says he still has a path forward in his appeal. This does not mean Charlie Adelson won't get a new trial, Pumphrey said. They're in the beginning of the appellate phase. It was filed by appellate counsel to preserve the record and give the opportunity for the trial court to address it. Adelson is appealing his conviction for the murder of his ex-brother-in-law, Florida State law professor Dan Markel, and his attorney, Michael Offerman, wrote in a motion filed in October that his client's trial was infected with conflict. He wrote that Adelson's former attorney, Dan Rashbaum, tainted his trial due to his representation of Mother Donna. Well, that was after his convictions. Uffman said Rashbaum operated under duties owed to his former client, Donna Adelson, whose attorney-client relationship predated appellate Adelson's. Yeah, fair enough, apparently. I mean, Dan Rashbaum said to the court that he'd been retained since 2016. If you're representing one person and the timing is that you're now going to represent a second person and you're making decisions that could impact both people, that's not due process, Pumphrey said. That's not fair to the person on trial. The state responded to that motion, writing that the motion went around typical criminal appeal procedure. Tallahassee Bureau Chief of Criminal Appeals Tricia Meggs Pate writes that he could follow a 3.850 ineffective assistance of counsel claim, which she writes should be handled as a post-conviction claim of ineffective assistance of counsel. I mean, that should be the same for any defendant that gets a fucking verdict that they don't want. But instead, idiot Charlie's on the phone to Mother Donna, which we're going to listen to momentarily. Idiot Charlie's on the phone saying to Mother Donna, Dan did an amazing job. He was faultless. He was faultless. So, I don't know. It just, if it were me and the verdict came back, True Crime Metrix, you are guilty and sentenced to life in prison, no parole, the very first thing I would do is turn on my lawyer. All this like honor thing where people are like, I think he did an amazing job. Well, clearly not. You've got life in prison. The court may have felt, for a number of reasons, oh look, another badly written, or is this direct quote? May have felt that this is an issue that can be addressed after the appellate process, or there may be an issue in the appellate process, but in no way affects if Charlie gets a new trial. Offerman said not yet filed an appellate brief to outline any alleged issues with the trial. I reached out to Offerman, blah, 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 blah. So what was denied was his motion to relinquish jurisdiction back to the trial court, but he could still follow the chain of ineffective assistance of counsel, etc. So we're all right. Okay, it's about time. Says someone pro Wendi commented on my Wendi parody and accused me of being jealous of her and hating her because she's a liberal. The same person comment on other videos too. I was wondering if it was the kids. I doubt it. Carol says, yes, he is a Wendi fangirl with a big mouth and he thinks, oh, are you talking about what's his name? Thomas. So is it someone Thomas or Thomas someone? I know who you're talking about. He contacts me all the time. I think it's just some autistic guy who's got this, like, you know, project. He keeps telling everyone he's writing a book about her innocence, and like he wanted. I was really fair to him. I said, listen, I strongly disagree with your opinion. If you are looking to come to a have space on a platform on True Crime Metrix live in front of our audience, and he said no thank you. I was really nice about it though, and then I blocked him. Anyway, Michael Crawford says oral arguments may be scheduled for Charlie's motion, but there is no fixed time frame for when the appellate court will issue a decision. Okay. Well, it didn't work out very well for Jodi Arias or Michael Dunn. It was a good one though, that oral arguments in the Jodi Arias case for the appellate, for the appeal in the appellate court. Thank you. John Smith, welcome back, John. John says, if you don't look after yourself, who else is going to? Very true, John. Very true. Okay. So we'll be looking forward to the final pre-motion pre-trial hearing on Friday. We hope you'll all join us on True Crime Metrix live for that. We're going to be streaming that live and talking about it. But for now, I think we should go back to the phone calls, right? Because we've got quite a bit to get to. We've been talking for an hour already on this non-news. No, it is kind of news. It is kind of news. So where are we? We're gonna do this. I thought we might, do a quick overview, maybe after this final hearing on Monday, but before jury selection starts on the 19th. Just a quick blitz, run through every Donna Adelson appearance or motion argued on her behalf that we've had to date. Not play the whole thing because that would go on for fucking 2 days. But try and get a little quick run through where we could just, because we've been listening to it for, when was the first appearance in Tallahassee? Was at the start of January 2024, right? I mean, it's been a year and a half already of motions, and we had Marisol Costal, what's her name? Marisol, the Motor Mouth. The Motor Mouth Miami, baby. Fast talking lawyer. She didn't last long, did she? One hearing, one motion, and she was out. Then we went back to Rashbaum, of course, and then he got booted off. No, then Rashbaum brought on fucking, what's his name? God, so many of them. Alex Morris. Then they both got booted out. Then we got Fulford, Zellman, and they've been, taking the reins, holding the reins since then. It's been quite an opus already, and the trial hasn't even begun. I figured we might do that before trial. We've got to be doing a lot of Adelson content before. Subscribe to the channel, like, share, leave a comment. Hey, thanks so much again, Carol, for the beautiful super chat. We should set a goal, and we should set up our coffee goal. If anyone wants to become a member on our membership platform, buymeacoffee.com. We've got fantastic content, exclusive content, offers. Lifetime members all get a free t-shirt delivered personally by Metrix. Other things, all in the description. Oh, by the way, also in the description, if anybody hasn't seen it yet, is the must-see, the beautiful video, our unredacted video of the Jeff LACASSE interview. It's the only one like it on YouTube. So, and it's without commentary. I do a little introduction at the beginning just to set the scene and explain that this is not seen before. The previous version that we've all been watching for years, right? That I had a bunch of stuff cut out of it. Observations about Wendi, observations about Daniel's sack, observations. Jeff's telling everything in this thing. So if you haven't seen it yet, go and check that out. It did really well. When we released it in March, I know a bunch of you have seen it already, but it's a revamp now. I mean, I see the statistics and suddenly there's a spike and it's going up. So people are loving it. Leave a like, share, leave a comment on the Jeff video that's linked in the description for this video, along with our support links. That would be very helpful. Okay, we are going to start our video right now. There it is. So just in case anyone missed yesterday's and the day before show, these are the post-conviction calls after Charlie's conviction and before Donna Adelson's arrest. This call takes place on the 7th or 8th. The date's going to be on there in a sec. But Donna, of course, was arrested at Miami International Airport on the 13th. So it's just about a week before at the moment. And I think we've got about, including this one, another 10 calls to get through. So it takes us all the way up to a couple of days before her arrest, I think, is the thing. But it's going to be interesting. I'm sure these are going to be played at her trial, or snippets at least.
Charlie?
Hey. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, that's all I care about. So,
did I wake you guys up?
No. I've been up since 3:30. You could have called 3 hours ago. No, you did not wake up. So I just saw the time and I
4.
Yeah, I figured, and I was just worried because you never call at this hour. But if you're okay, that's fine. Did you get any sleep last night?
Yeah, I slept till 4.
Yeah.
And,
what happened?
Well, actually, I woke up before breakfast came. Breakfast came at like 4:30.
A late day.
Yeah, it's come literally as early as 3:45.
I know. I wonder if it depends. You always say, they have a lot of people to bring to. I always wonder if it's the pod you were in.
Oh, and how's the audio, guys? Who's our best audio guy in chat? Acapella's very good. He's not here. I mean, is it about the same level, or do people have to keep turning it up and down? Because I know how annoying that is. But don't worry, guys, because we've got our microphone. It's on the way. It's coming. It's coming from Sweden. The microphone is on the way. It's coming from Sweden.
It just depends.
Do you ever notice how when people have something that's from Sweden, they always tell you about it? Like, they go, yes, this is my this is my new lounge chair. It's from Sweden. Yeah, a little something I picked up in Sweden.
Who's they don't want everyone doesn't get breakfast at the exact same time. It goes out on cars at 8, I guess.
Yeah.
They move the cart into the pod, and then you get trays from the cart.
Sure.
Trays. What do you call it? I was listening to the radio.
Yeah.
And is Dad sleeping?
He's sitting with me. We're doing paperwork at the table.
Is Dad sleeping? Yeah, probably. Often.
Right here.
Good morning.
So you're listening to the
morning.
radio and what, honey?
I was listening to the radio, and I guess what Dan filed yesterday, the reporting on the news, is like breaking news. Like, all it was
Breaking news!
It's been all over the TV and everything since he filed it.
yeah, I mean, it's just basically, he said that one of the jurors said that the members of the jury gave each other their cell phone numbers to have a group chat,
Right.
you know, before the deliberations began.
Right.
So they basically just exchanged phone numbers. Okay, big deal. They exchanged phone numbers. Those means that, you know, they asked the judge to look into it, and the state said they didn't want to. The state objected, and then whatever will happen, will happen. But like,
Did Dan explain to you that yes, the court looks into it, but what he can do and intends to?
yeah, I guess they can look into it too if they want to.
Yes.
Right.
And even
But-
if messages are erased, they can get them.
Right, but it's like, it got reported at 6 o'clock in the morning, like breaking news, like, holy shit, like they follow this case like it's their fucking life.
Yeah. Well, it was reported more than 14 or 15 hours before that. You're
Oh
just hearing.
yeah,
Yeah.
it was reported yesterday afternoon, but I'm saying it's being broadcast on the 6:30 a.m. news, like it's, you know, like,
Well, what other news do they have up there? Facebook.
What other news could there possibly be in shit-ass dusty town Tallahassee? What do they have to talk about? The pig race? The pig race and the cannoli eating contest? Donna Adelson, Donna, it's the state capital of Florida. You know? I guess that there's a lot of news, right?
It is what it is.
It is what it is. But I'm just saying, I only, for many, for multiple reasons, I just feel like I just have to work.
You know, honey. You do. You really do know. But yeah. You know, you just didn't know that it was, that it could become anything could be like that.
No, but it's what I knew it was going to be before I even got up here. It was exactly what I fucking said it would be, and I had everybody in the world telling me, no, you're gonna get a fair trial. It's gonna be this, it's gonna be that. Like, they're gonna make sure. Like, you know what? It was exactly what I said it was going to be. You know, I knew exactly where Bray and Roman were going to go. I saw that happening. I saw what happening to me was going to happen. I saw the train coming. And I knew they were going to do whatever they wanted to do, that I didn't stand a fucking chance. I mean, Dan worked so hard on everything. Like, so prepared. Like, he told me that in 20-something years, he's never worked this hard on a case ever, for anything he's ever had. Like, he was like, he said, if he hangs, he'll be upset. He said, I'm not looking to hang. A hang is not a win, because we're going to win. Opening statements begin, we're like, holy shit, like, we're going to win. You wrote it on a piece of paper and handed it. Like, this wasn't just optimism, like,
No.
leading up to the trial. This was like, we're going to win, like, we're going to fucking great.
This bill of goods that Dan Rashbaum sold to these people, I mean, I keep going on about it, but I just think it's quite something. You know, what a snake, you know? He's telling Charlie all the way through, the state has no case, you're doing really well, you were a 95 on the stand. Does anyone in this chat or on the planet Earth believe that Charlie Adelson did well on the stand in any regard? Not at all. Daniel Rashbaum doesn't believe that either, but he's telling it to Charlie. He's handing Charlie little bits of paper that say, "We will win." He's saying that he got feedback from his colleagues at the office saying, "This was great." He's saying to Charlie, "Don't worry about that witness because I'm a closer. That's what I do, I close." He convinced Charlie of all of that, built up his hopes falsely, which is just on a human level not a nice thing to do when they're going to be faced with life in prison because of the piss poor performance of legal representation that you did, for want of a better word. But he's doing it because he knows that after Charlie's conviction, there is going to be the opportunity for him to say to Donna, "Donna, I know you want that appellate lawyer, but let me handle a few things. Let me speak to the chief and see if we can get Charlie out of solitary confinement." And Donna, who treats Daniel Rashbaum like her own son, thinks that he's doing everything he can, right? Because Daniel Rashbaum has found a way to convince Donna of that. She would pay any fucking retainer he asked for because she is in the belief that she's never going to get a guy that's so committed than Daniel Rashbaum, so good at what he does. He's going the extra mile. He worked all hours. He's convinced them of that for the simple reason. There's no way that I believe 100% that before the trial even started, but certainly from opening arguments, let's just, talk about what we can see, right? Certainly from opening statements, Daniel Rashbaum knew that there was practically zero chance of anything other being achieved than a guilty verdict. Could it have been a mistrial? I mean, you never know what's going to happen. You never know what's going to happen. But absent the anything, like what is the word? Anything wrong with the procedure and I'm lost. I can't think of the word. Absent some technical issue with the running of the trial, where you could say, because of that juror was looking up things on social media and that's a mistrial, something like that, absent anything like that, it's almost 100% chance of a guilty verdict. Daniel Rashbaum knew that all the way through. He knew it at the beginning, he knew it at the end. By the closing argument, he didn't even fucking care. He just had to get up and do something and then go back and say to Charlie, "I'm a closer. That's what I do." Phoning up Donna, these little calls, this is a good tip for anyone in any business, right? Communication goes so long. It goes such a long way. If you convince someone that you care about what they need, they will pay you money. And that's exactly what he did. But in doing so, he has, just totally sent Charlie up the garden path. "We're doing really well. You were 95. I'm going to drive you home. Here's a bit of paper. We will win." Phoning up Donna. "It's going well. My colleagues are telling me that he did great. Your son's coming home." All of this. Just so that when it came to his fucking conviction, he could say, "Hey, Donna, I know you want that appellate lawyer, but let me handle a few things first. I'm going to speak to the chief. I'm going to try and get him out of solitary confinement. And yeah, it's probably because I've been running the trial. Let me put everything in order before we hand it over. Because if I hand it over to the appellate lawyer, it's just going to be like handing them a mess. I'm going to need to put it in an ordered way." And da-da-da-da-da-da-da. He's probably got 4-6 weeks extra billable hours. Imagine how much money that is. Probably another 30 grand, 40 grand, 50 grand, whatever it is, it's significant. And that's all it was to him. That's why he's not going to Donna saying, hey, I don't know, I mean, it's not looking good. Because if he said all that kind of thing, when it came to the appellate lawyer, she'd be like, no, thank you. You said you were going to do a really good job, and even you said it was a shit job, so fuck off. No more billable hours. No more Rashbaum. Goodbye, Rashbaum. That's it. We understand.
We're doing great. And what did I say before I came up here? Doesn't matter if I'm innocent. Like, what they'll make the optics look like is exactly what they had to do. So when they realized they were losing, they had to turn it into Dateline. Nobody watches Dateline without coming away with their own, thinking they figured it out.
This is figured out for them.
Dateline is a television program, Charlie. Most people understand that.
Oh yeah, that's what TV is made for like third and fourth graders, to be able to follow the story, follow her car, follow the bullet bourbon. You know, like anyone with a brain, get them off the jury. I mean, they had 10 strikes. You know, I mean, out of there wasn't 10 good jurors on that they could even pick. But whatever was going to be decent for me got removed.
I wish to God one or some of these jurors would come forward. Does anyone know if that's ever happened anywhere? Have they ever spoken out, these jurors? I mean, I'd just love to see a picture of them all, just 12 people, and see these quote-unquote dumb hicks that he refers to.
It's just a statistical numbers. I mean, there's only so many people that will honestly show up and give you a fair shake. And once they tip their hand and they really come across as being honest, then you can see the people that could possibly relate to make life. You got to get them off. I mean, if you look at what was left, it wasn't. I mean, Josh Dubin is as good as they come.
Yeah, Michael Crawford. Michael says he's billing Donna to talk to her about visiting Charlie, billing for Charlie's visit, then billing Donna. You think he's doing anything for free? Absolutely not. It's all cha-ching, cha-ching. And then on top of it all, he says, hey, you know what we need? We need a top-of-the-line jury consultant to come in and quiz the jury and get inside the mind. He'll do a psychological profile. And it just so happens I know a guy, my buddy Josh Dubin. He's the man for this job. You're lucky you know me, because normally he doesn't even pick up the phone. He's in such high demand. There's just the little question about his fee. It's $1 million. And we watched the full, I don't know if it was the full thing. We watched everything that we could find on the Josh Dubin jury selection interview process, and it was nothing. It was the biggest fucking waste of money in history. Absolute fucking con job. But I say, if the person that you're conning is a sick, twisted, selfish, asshole murderer, con away. Take their money.
You can't say anything. You can't say anybody on your case really wasn't the best. The best?
Yeah.
And hardest working.
And I knew, Mom, I fucking knew it.
You didn't try. At that point, there was nothing to do. Nothing to do.
Nothing. I sat there at the closing and go, holy shit. Even his best friend, Ryan Fitzpatrick, said this. Even his sister, his best friend. Like, no, you're taking something that's like paraphrasing out of a sentence,
well, that's
not
what
giving it context. Take the context out of everything. He sent her kissy face emojis. Yeah, I mean, it's the way I text, but I wasn't right. It wasn't like I was writing poetry.
Right.
You know, like I called your home phone number. I called the landline. Never do I call the landline. Look, I'm calling the landline. Oh, it's statistically significant. I mean, I did call the landline. And you only live there 90 days, and I always called your cell phone. Okay, let's make a pie chart.
Yeah.
Look at all these things. Look at this mountain of things. Even his best friend saying this. Holy shit. Yeah, his best friend before they had a falling out. Holy shit.
Did you know him back then?
I knew him through Darren. I literally had, I think, one text message from him inviting me to a football game. Like, if you look at my text messages from 14, I don't know if I ever texted him. I think he texted me once, like maybe 2 or 3 text messages.
Mm-hmm.
You don't understand. I'm in paradise compared to where I'm going.
I do understand, Charlie. I really do. I'm trying to do whatever is possible. I know this is not going to be an immediate fix, but we are trying.
Listen, I'm just telling you, this was not the move. We're never going to fucking get in from the trial. And to be honest with you, even if they did, they'd have the same bullshit evidence. And even if they did, there's no, apart from somebody showing up, like saying the truth to back me up, you couldn't find 1 to 12. It wasn't even a fucking hung jury. It wasn't even a jury that wanted to look at evidence.
No, they didn't look at anything.
No,
Nothing.
they didn't want to waste their time. No. They just got done watching 2 hours, compiled. How many times is she going to put up the same autopsy photo and leave it up while she talks? I mean, that was done to like, I understand you could put it up one time. Why are you putting it up twice? It's a horrifying photo.
Right.
It's a 10-foot by 10-foot photo, bright with LED lights on it, like, and, making people look at it from while she talks and leave it up. And then another place in the slide, in a fucking show, she put it up again to drive home the point.
Yeah.
Like, you have Wendi, you're confirming Wendy's TV appointment that day. Wendy's got her alibi. Like, an alibi so they don't suspect you did. Does anyone think that Wendi was shooting a gun? Like, she couldn't put herself anywhere else on planet Earth. She had to have a TV repairman that may or may not show up at her house at a given time. That's her alibi? So stupid. I mean, you think about it, each thing they're presenting, you know it's stupid, I know it's stupid. The jury's eating it up. They're showing evidence. It's not evidence. No, it's her alibi. Her alibi, she could have made a fucking spa appointment or workout appointment or done something on the other side of town that she knew she would have been there. I mean, what kind of alibi is it? What if the repairman gets a call in the morning and says, hey, we can't come till, we'll give you a window of 2 to 6. Oh, her whole alibi's ruined now. Based on the repairman. Jeff LaCasse thought he was framed. He thought he was framed for sure. That's why he went in there guns a-blazing and like pointing fingers everywhere. Blaming Wendi, blame her brother, blame this, blame that. Like holy, he's from South Florida. He must know bad Cubans. Like, blame everybody. Like, holy shit. But that's evidence. Like, what the fuck? I'm just still in the theaters. I'm still in the state of shock, even though I knew this was going to happen.
No, of course you are.
For years and years, I knew that if I went to Tallahassee, it was going to be a joke. I remember when this girl that John Cook knew, Christy, came down. She was taking pictures of me and John and sending them back to friends back home. And I'm like, oh, I want to, like, because she's like, it's such a big story back home. It's like the biggest thing on the news. I mean, it's been the biggest thing on the news for years and years and years. You got Dateline in 2020 coming to Tallahassee to do put them, they're on the map for this. Tallahassee doesn't make national news for anything other than Ron DeSantis.
Yeah.
This is making national and world news. They could have brought my dog up here and they would have convicted him.
Oh yeah. There was no justice here. This is not any form of justice. This is vigilante justice, but this is not.
Vigilante justice. Yeah, the fucking Tallahassee villagers have got themselves some torches, and they're coming to the Icon building. You remember the when Gaston rouses up the village? I say we kill the beast. Yeah, it's like that, isn't it? Imagine that. Bunch of hicks marching down from all the way from Tallahassee to South Beach with flaming torches and pitchforks. That'd be great. God, when is AI going to be able to just like produce my brain? Because I think that's what the world needs.
This is not justice. This all it was vigilante justice.
It's exactly what I said to you years ago. I said I go up to Tallahassee. I will not get a fair trial. It's going to be a fucking joke. But I was like, I'm innocent. They're not going to have anything to show that I was part of something I wasn't part of. Like anything that was real evidence that came in, at the very least, a reasonable doubt. No, you don't have. They can't tell you what to look at and what not to look at. They were planning a birthday party. Yeah, July 5th. Talking about birthday presents. Yeah, that's usually what you do a few weeks before when you're trying to figure out what you're going to do. You know, Wendi, what did you get your dad for his birthday? I don't know, 10 years ago. I don't know when I got that 8 years ago or 7 years ago. I'm glad there's messages to show that I bought the catering. But Jesus Christ.
Yeah, nothing. I mean, we all know
everything was
nothing.
proof. Everything was proof. They're talking about a birthday present. I said in that text message to Wendi, I've got 5 reasons why you shouldn't buy a house. Not 1 reason, 5 reasons why. And I think that one where I said, like, he'll hold it over her and she won't get her deposit back is because she was only allowed to move within so many miles of the marital home. And I think one of the homes was outside of that mileage area. So I was like, Wendi, if you're only allowed to move, say, 12 miles from the marital home, and the home you're looking at 13 miles, and you put a deposit down, he's going to hold that over your head. You may lose your deposit. You may have to sell the house. Like, that's a reason not to get it. Like, being a woman with 2 kids, the house is a huge responsibility. You're better off renting. You know, rent in the neighborhood for a year.
This thing about the house, guys, you know, Wendi's house. This is how clever Wendi Adelson is, right? This house that Charlie talked her out of, that was her way of hurrying up the murder. You know, it was taking time. Donna was saying to Charlie, what about Dad's birthday gift? Where is it? You're going to come through for us, right? Blah, 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 blah. And, you know, Charlie's hassling Katie. If you guys are not going to do it, I need to get someone else to do it. Blah, blah, blah. There's a time-sensitive situation going on with the murder, right? It was taking too long. The grandma motion was coming, about to be ruled on in, well, no, I don't think a date had even been set, but, you know, it was coming. So Wendi pretends she wants to buy a house. Pretends, Mom, this is never going to work. You know, without saying any of this. By the action of her buying a house, what she is saying without saying it is, Mom, this isn't going to work. I'm giving up. Dan has won. Dan will force us to, we can't move with the children. We're going to have to put down roots in Tallahassee, but I'm going to accept it. I'm going to put down roots. I'm going to get a nice house for us to live in. Yeah, it's in fucking shithole Tallahassee, but, you know, at least we'll have this house. And I can't do this anymore, Mom. Your plan with the murder's not working. Danny has won in court. Judge Hobbs thinks we're all fuckheads. And, you know, And of course, something like a house purchase, where you get locked in and so on and so on. Yeah, there's a way out of it, but it's a process, it's a costly process, and all the rest of it, right? It's a situation that really puts because if as soon as Wendi signs that deal, gets locked in, it put pressure on Donna to put pressure on Charlie. We need a resolution now. She's about to buy a fucking house. Right? And Charlie, as he's saying right now, managed to talk her out of that huge decision on one phone call. Now, I don't think, basically what I think is, whether this was said directly and literally or not, it doesn't matter, but basically, somehow he communicated to her, don't worry, everything's in motion, the fucking hitmen are going up next weekend, they're getting it done, they were already up in June, they know where he is, it's getting done, you're going to be moving down to Tallahassee, to Miami, so don't buy the house because you're going to get, we're handling it. Trust this, okay? It's going on. Wendi Adelson was never going to buy a house in Tallahassee. Are you kidding? Let's just hear this thing about the house. That was just her way of controlling the situation. And it is pretty clever. I gotta give it to her. I wish I were so void of humanity.
The home you're looking at 13 miles, and you put a deposit down, he's going to hold that over your head. You may lose your deposit. You may have to sell the house.
Go back.
Tell me what to look at and what not to look at. They were planning a birthday party. Yeah, July 5th. Talking about birthday presents. Yeah, it's usually what you do a few weeks before when you're trying to figure out what you're going to do. Wendi, what did you get your dad for his birthday? I don't know, 10 years ago. I don't know, I got that 8 years ago or 7 years ago. I'm glad there's messages to show that I bought the catering. But Jesus Christ.
Yeah, nothing. I mean, we all know
everything was
nothing.
proof. Everything was proof. They're talking about a birthday present. I sent in that text message to Wendi.
Yeah, just before he does that, if everybody could put a like on the video, that would be awesome, guys. If we could try and get 100% rating, that would help us out amazingly. If you can't buy us a coffee, if you just want to help out, but you're as broke as we all are, and just leave a like on the video, because that helps too, right? It doesn't cost anything. It's just one click. Hit that like button. Thank you so much, guys. That is wonderful. You are wonderful.
I've got 5 reasons why you shouldn't buy a house. Not 1 reason, 5 reasons why.
5 reasons why you shouldn't buy a house. Let's see. There's Katie, Sigfredo, Luis, so on.
And I think that one where I said, he'll hold it over her and she won't get her deposit back is because she was only allowed to move within so many miles of the marital home. And I think one of the homes was outside of that mileage area. So I was like, Wendi, if you're only allowed to move, say, 12 miles from the marital home, and the home you're looking at 13 miles, and you put a deposit down, he's going to hold that over your head. You may lose your deposit. You may have to sell the house. That's a reason not to get it. Being a woman with 2 kids, the house is a huge responsibility. You're better off renting. Rent in the neighborhood for a year. Make sure you like it before you start looking in that neighborhood. There's lots of reasons. 5 reasons I said, not 1.
Yeah, that's right. Do that.
Yeah, there was one main one, which is there was one main reason, which is you're going to be moving down to Miami because everything's in motion. All right. No one's going to convince me that I'm not correct about that.
Thank you, Charlie. You're a miracle worker. Well, because I got looking to not look at buying a house that she was going to make a mistake with. And wasn't she looking at buying a house in the springtime? Was I stopping her in the springtime? No.
No.
I mean, it's just like, you can't see your evidence on one side and then not your evidence on the other side.
Right.
It didn't matter, Mom.
No, it didn't. I mean,
The people that were coming out to be jurors were also coming into the courtroom to watch the proceedings. People like that guy who posted about the case who said he was a good juror, he answered everything correctly. And then they reviewed his social media. Thank God it was Poland. If he had prior, that's something I would have known.
yeah.
But he's putting social media posts about wanting to kill people involved in the case.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't deliberate. They made their minds. They choose. I mean, how many times are you going to show the same autopsy photos? Horrible photos. Sickening.
That's what they did it.
Worse. The same photos they showed the first time that they showed it. 3 different times in the trial, they kept showing the same photos. Nobody's disputing that a murder was committed, but like, it's enough to make you angry when you watch this, look at the photos. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. I'm literally just in shock. I'm in shock, but I'm not in shock. I'm in shock and anger.
It's shocking. Yeah.
It's shock, it's anger, it's hating the fact that I knew what it was going to be.
Who are you angry at, Charlie? You're angry. Who with? You know, because usually when we answer that question honestly, when we've finished pointing at everybody else, who are we angry with? I hope you understand that one day, Charlie. This might work out, you know, as the only way that you were ever gonna begin to achieve some sense of self-clarity in your life. Unfortunately for you, it had to be life in prison that would enable you to do that, or at least give you the chance. You're angry. Who with?
I already put somebody in the hotel. I'm hoping to God I get out of this room today. I think it's making it worse, to be honest with you.
So much worse. You said this guy comes around 9 to 5. You said he comes in around 9 to 5, this guy?
I know, I think he works the morning, but he works the day, so I'm sure it's probably, 8.
I don't think anybody who works in a jail works from 9 to 5. Those are office hours, you know? It's probably 5:30 until 3 in the afternoon, you know. There's it's a shift job. It's not a fucking office, Donna. I mean, okay, there's an office, but he doesn't care about the people in the office. What is this guy? What is he? 9 to 5? It's a jail.
9 to 5 or something like that. He's the chief of the jail, but he's got to get me out of here. This is not fair.
No, it's not.
Like
Is there any way? I know Dad doesn't have influence there, but he could at least call. And
he could call.
Yeah, I think that would be. I mean, I can certainly after 8 or 9, I could text him just to ask.
Yeah. By 9 o'clock, and he's got a chief back that runs his own schedule. He runs the whole jail. I mean, there ain't nobody above that.
If you don't get him in there by 9:30, just call me and just say nobody came, and by that time I can text Dan and say what time could Charlie call you, where are you open today, because he really needs to speak to you about something. It'll be quick, okay?
Yeah, that's never quick. I guess it's funny, it's like I get on the phone, man, I don't want to get off. And he's always spent some time with me. I never should come up here for this shit. This is exactly what I knew it would be. I mean, it would take a miracle to get an appeal. But a miracle to get an appeal. After what they went through up here in Tallahassee to give me a new trial, that would be a second miracle. So listen, I just got prepared for this trial, having my own cell, my own phone. I mean, I think in DOC you have the tablets. I'm pretty sure they have them now. Maybe not in all facilities, but I'm pretty sure they do. But I had my own cell. Nobody was going through my papers. You know, if somebody would have taken these papers and thrown them away, I would have been gone. Because my legal notes, I mean, I had notes and notes and notes and notes. It's like I had my own cell, I had my own food, nobody could come in my cell, I have a cellmate. Like, you don't understand where I am in paradise compared to where I'm going. I don't know how else to say it.
I know Dan is going to try to work on getting you in at least a decent place with people that are not what you're expecting. So he's going to try to do.
Well, I know what I'm expecting. I'm going to be around all people with life sentences. They put them together. They do not put them with other inmates. These are people that are never getting out.
I'm talking about people that are high profile or cops or those kind of people.
Yeah. Child molesters, you know. That's great, isn't it? That's where you want to be forever. Just in a fucking pen with child molesters, crooked cops, and gang dropouts. Yeah. All the people that are gonna get fucking shanked, and then you're in the middle. Nice social circle. You know, I'd take the gang members, man. I'd rather be in the fucking pen, in the gem pop.
Have to do more high-profile cases where people, they can't put them with other inmates because they'll get killed. So hopefully there's a camp and they'll be put with other, you know, but they separate people with life sentences. You're separated. Oh, wow. It's unreal. I mean, they didn't even fucking they deliberated longer for the Parkland school shooter than they did me.
And he really kills people. A lot of them.
Yeah, like it's you. Like me, you got witnesses showing up and lying. Like, no, don't look at them. Look at the text. Look at some angry emails, crazy emails in her book, and calling the home phone number, and driving by the house. Like, all things that have nothing to do with what happened. I was not 1 in 12, and that's with somebody who did the. Have you ever spoken to Josh Duke?
No.
Okay.
Read a lot about him, but no.
You read about it.
Oh yeah.
Like, he didn't send somebody down here. He came down here himself and did it. I mean, this is on his whole turf, and he knows Tallahassee. Like, he lived in Tallahassee for 4
They speak about it like it's some fucking cultural enigma. He actually knows these hicks, okay? He used to live with these fucking brainless hicks, okay? It's 400 miles away from your front door. You know, it's not that far, okay? It's not this, like, chasm of cultural difference that you need to traverse somehow by having a fucking $1 million jury consultant. He understands these brainless hicks.
What are the chances of him having lived in Tallahassee for 40 years?
No, I know, that's really weird.
I mean, he has, like, this institute at the Cordoza Law School. Cordoza's a big school, a big name school, right?
Oh yeah, Benjamin Carter. Sure, cool.
Like, and you're not going to get someone who knows Tallahassee, but someone who's lived here for 4 years. I mean, I know it was 25 years ago, but he fucking knows Tallahassee. I mean, brought him on. Dan even said to me when he was interviewing people, he said, like, when he was doing his thing with the jury, he's like, he's much better at this than I am. He could, other than hiring me, this is the best money that you've spent so far on the case. So I said, felt great that the investigators, that Dan had Kate, it wasn't like he was doing it by himself, that Dan had Kate, he was running ideas by everybody in his entire fucking law firm, he was running ideas by people that weren't lawyers. I mean, every time he got on his bicycle, he was talking to the guys that he played with. He was talking to his tennis player friends. He was, calling me up all excited all the time. I'd talk to him. Great news, great news, great news, great news. Tuesday day, great news, great news, great development, found this, found that.
Right, I know.
I mean, nothing but like...
Charlie, in a normal jury, this would not have happened. This would no way have happened.
Yeah.
No
And
way.
that's why I was never going to get a fucking fair trial up here. Never. I hung around for fucking nothing. It wasn't even close. You're talking like I was in my best mental state. You know how much time I spent meeting with Dan?
Oh.
How many days Dan came up to Tallahassee?
You know how much I spent? You know how much time I spent meeting with Dan? Donna should just say, I don't know. Let me just check his bill. Oh yeah, here it is. 600 hours. $500 an hour. How much would that be? 30,000. That's more than that.
And like spent the whole day with me. I'm never gonna be as sharp as a mind as I had when I testified. I'm never gonna look the way I did when I testified. Nothing's ever gonna be. That was the A game.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
This was the A game.
I know.
This was, that's the other thing. It's like, it's not like we, it's not like we cut corners. It's not like we didn't get to 10 people. It's not like, I didn't have an attorney that really worked that hard. These cases that you come back and you win, it's major fuck-ups for the judge, and you get people that had attorneys that really did a slack-ass job, and they didn't have the right jury. Like, this was done with
I know, Mike Petty. Mike Petty says, why don't they talk about the extortion and knowing about the murder from day one? Maybe they should have gone to the police, the extortion. Did you call the police, as Dan Rashbaum would say? You were afraid of my client. I'm sure you were. Did you call the police? Love that. The extortion story was the worst idea and most ridiculous story. Exactly, right? I mean, yeah, and they don't mention it at all. You'd think all they're doing is bitching about Kappelman's PowerPoint and that she left the photo of Dan's shut up face all on the screen for the jury to see. Not once do they go, can you believe Katie did this to us? And then she came into the stand and lied to try and get herself a sweet deal. She did this. They'd be fucking raging if that were true. They're angry at everything except the thing that they should be angry at if they were telling the truth, which they're obviously not. But, they just have such a lack of, I don't know, awareness to it. They haven't even thought about it. They haven't even thought, hey, maybe we should mention the Katie thing, like once.
Pulling out all the stops. This was done with with no expense spared, pulling out all the stops, like putting in 110%. I mean, Dan.
No expense spared. Yeah, you got that right, Charlie. My best guess, $5 to $6 million total. Well, maybe okay. We can actually physically account. Well, I don't know if physically is the right word, but you know, we can account for 3 just in the billing. But you know, we know that there's a lot of, you know, they had investigator and different things like that working. They had all sorts of stuff going on. You know, it adds up. I'd say it's easily 5 million, maybe more, that they spent on Charlie's trial. That's not verified information. That's what I think.
For all intents and purposes, like, stopped working on all other cases. I mean, he did little things here and there, but he stopped working on all cases. He put 110% in my fucking case. He had someone like Kate, who's brilliant, working alongside him. She's brilliant. I mean, she doesn't talk as well as Dan, like, I mean, she's brilliant. She's brilliant.
Yeah.
You had a co-counsel that was fucking brilliant that was helping him. I mean, you had Josh Dubin. You had investigators. Like, it didn't even come close to even mattering. Didn't even come close. I mean, the coverage up here was insane. Insane. I don't know how you can have a trial in a town with this much coverage. I mean, but I think wherever I go, there'd be bloggers, and I think Kaplan will show up with her same 2-hour presentation going, come on, guys. Use your all common sense. Use your common sense. Even his best friend, even his sister, even this, the text messages, the emails. Oh, look.
The text messages, the email. Welcome back, Acapella. It's tough to amass a jury made up of unprincipled periodontists. We need 12 of me. We just need to clone Charlie 12 times, and that's our jury. That's what Josh Dubin should have insisted on.
They're like best friends. Oh, he still dated her for 4 or 5 months after. Like, no, I broke up with her that week. I said I broke up with her that week. I started dating Whitney. We were done. Like, why do you keep telling me that we were together for 5 months? That's not what I said. That doesn't support it. Like, okay, we slept together one time 4 months later. Like, but that's not we weren't in a relationship for 5 months, and we ended things that week. Like, but then she just talked over it and like create her own facts. Create her own facts in closing. It's just, you gotta understand, to win an appeal and then to win a new trial, to go get ready for trial, and to have an attorney like Dan be ready to rock and roll, have his co-counsel, have a jury selector, but you're still going to have the bloggers and the 2020 and the Dateline and the press and the newspaper and the TV, and you're going to have all that shit show happening at the same time. And there's a lot of things on there that you can't explain why Wendi showed up at his house. You can't explain why you said the word TV. You can't explain me calling the house landline from my cell phone other than to go, it's a fucking coincidence. But that's it. It's coincidences happen. Unfortunately, there's a bunch of coincidences. I'm just in shock. Dude, I gave my shit away on Sunday thinking I was coming home to everybody in my life. I literally feel like tension around my neck like you wouldn't believe. I'm just in shock and disbelief. I know it's going to go from it's always shock, then anger, sadness.
Well, you're angry, you're all of those things. And you have every right to be all of that.
Actually, the first one is denial, Charlie. And I think you've hit a home run on that one already. So next.
This is a miscarriage. It's a miscarriage.
me 1 minute, okay?
Yep.
Hello?
I'm here.
Okay, you give me 1 minute, okay?
Of course.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Hey.
Hey, Joe.
Like, I'm lonely, I'm sad, I'm depressed.
I know that's why they're going to get you the help out of there. At least you see people. Terrible.
Like, I mean, we do stop for observation, and I get it, but it's like, they gotta get me out of here. It's like,
I know. You're not the
but
only
it's not
person
even,
there. I know.
so I'll be in a different zone. I'll be able to see out of my window into the pod. Because my window is mirrored, so someone can be standing on the other side of the glass looking at me, and I can't see it. See that?
Yeah, I know.
Just mirrored. I just see myself. But I look like shit. And I literally look ash white with dark circles under my eyes.
Well, you haven't been out, so pretty clear what is it.
No. I mean, some facilities in Florida, you don't get outside at all. You're indoors the whole time. You don't get outside. I talked to people who went to Graceville, and it was like, there was a text email from somebody months ago who was there for 6 months. He didn't go outside one time for the 6 months he was there. And 50% of prisons in Florida do not have AC. No AC.
I remember you told me that.
And 50% do not have AC. When it was real hot outside, it was like 100, 105 inside. Sweltering. They gave inmates shorts to wear. You're allowed to wear shorts for the first time because it was so hot. I mean, you don't understand. Like, this is what I've heard from everybody is like, this place is heaven compared to the prison.
I don't know what influence he can find for you, Charlie, but you know he's going to try.
Well, they're going to try. They'll get me into some protective management. They can't put with what they've done with this case. It can't be put with people that aren't in protective custody.
No, they can't.
Somebody's going to want to be able to say that they killed this guy. Yeah, so hopefully there's a camp that they have that just, that's what this guy said, is that there's this place where they have of just like, but it's going to be maximum security. I'm not going to go to a low security compound. I mean, it's going to be, do like sentences, get maximum security.
Who was telling you this about, that there are places that have more security and, for high-profile cases or police officers?
I told you that, right? Or someone else told me.
Right. You told me that exists. I didn't know where you heard it from.
Yeah, well, I heard it because when I was at the courthouse, and I was in my jail cell, a guy who was across the hall in the jail cell was got a life sentence, and he got his case back on appeal. He'd been in prison since 2008, so he was here for his appeal in Leon County. So they brought him back. He was wearing when they bring you back in, you wear your prison uniform. So he was wearing his prison uniform. He'd been in prison since 2008 in some other county. He looks at me, and he goes, "You Adelson?" The black guy. He goes, "You Adelson?" And I'm like, "Yep." He goes, "Oh, man, good luck. I heard about your case." I go, "How did you hear about my case? You've been in prison since 2008 in another county." He goes, "We still get the news. Know what goes on." I was in my pod talking to somebody.
Yeah, we all heard the news that there's a fucking rich Miami dentist who happens to be a pussy coming to live in prison forever. So yeah, we talk about that. We all try and decide what we're gonna buy with his money.
Who was in prison for 10 years. You know what? He knew about my case. They talked about it in the prison that he was in. shock. Literally just shock. I go from like shock to sadness. When I'm shocked, I'm not sad. When I think of Roman, I get sad.
I'm shocked you're angry. I mean, we're all angry.
It's unbelievable what my life was and what it became. And I'm going to be honest with you, this ain't changing overnight. And everything is gone. Like, let's be honest, everything is gone. It wasn't even.
Hey, anybody just joining us, do us a favor and click that like button, will you? That would be fantastic. We want to get 100% rating on this. Like.
What's coming up here? Exactly what I thought it would be. I mean, how can I be so right and everyone else be so fucking wrong? Want to share their thoughts with me. You know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
Hang on. What is he talking about? Because anytime he says, you know what I mean, right? You know what I'm talking about, right? He's always referring to something he's not saying. And then Donna goes, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It wasn't even close to coming up here. Exactly what I thought it would be. I mean, how can I be so right and everyone else be so fucking wrong?
Yeah, that's the problem.
You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, I missed it again.
It wasn't even close to coming up here. Exactly what I thought it would be. I mean,
Exactly
how can I be so right and everyone else be so fucking wrong? Want to share their thoughts with me.
I didn't hear what he said. But he's, you know... I'm pretty sure again that he's saying you need to get out, you need to go, like I wanted to and got talked out of.
You know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
I mean, but honestly, how can I have been so right? How can I have been so right? And all these people that are so much smarter than me, they all said something totally different than me. Except maybe one or two people who agreed with me. The reason Enzo was dead is because I listened to other people. I knew better and I listened to other people. So fucking stupid. I literally hate myself.
I believe that. That's the truest thing he's said this whole call. I literally hate myself. I just don't think he knows how true that is yet.
Charlie,
Yeah.
you'll call me later. If you call me, I don't know, what time do you think you should call? I'm going to just text Dad anyway.
No, not now. Don't be texting him.
Are you sure you want to do that, Donna? Every time Dan receives a text messages, that is billed. It's $30 a message that he has to read.
By 10 o'clock, I'll call you.
Okay, call me.
Give this guy a 10. I don't want the chief to get in here and get into work at 8 o'clock and his phone's ringing at 8. But I think.
Oh, no, I wouldn't even text him if it was. All right, so
10.
if you call me at after 10 and tell me yes or no what's going on, then text Dad. See if he can make a call. If there's anything he can do to make this happen, to get you out of there. Okay?
I keep moving on the phone for 47 minutes. It's the only time that I feel it's normal is talking to you or Dad or.
Because you can talk about it. Talk about it.
So Roman likes to repeat stuff. So he's like, like when he's like, oh yeah,
Roman likes to repeat stuff. I'll bet. Where did he get that from? That trait.
Yeah, we're doing good. He said
Yeah.
yesterday, he goes, this will all be over soon. But, shit, he must have heard that from her mom, just talking to her.
Sure.
Like, you know, he doesn't even know what he's saying. He's like, yeah, this will all be over soon. I can't wait to give you all the kisses and hugs, Dad. I love you.
Can't wrap my head around it. Can't wrap my head around it. Somehow we got to get through this. Somehow we got to get through it. Your calls on with Dan are still private, correct?
Yeah, so it'll always be private. My lawyer. That's how it used to be. This isn't, but that is, you
Yeah,
know.
no, I know.
And,
No, I thought so. I didn't think it changes just because of the trial. I just wanted to be sure.
no, he'll still be my attorney. He's going to always pick up for me.
I know he will.
Yeah.
It's just,
You're damn right he will, and until all the money is gone, and then he's really hard to get a hold of.
I mean, there was no way I was getting a fair trial up here. There is no way on God's green earth
And
that I
I
got
thought that,
jurors.
but then when we saw the trial and we heard Dan and we heard you and she was away, everybody said, look at what just happened. There's no way in hell. There's no way in hell. No way. And then they didn't deliberate.
No. They had a mountain of it was my dad's birthday party, my mom's crazy emails, my sister showing up, me calling her landline. Yeah, I was pulling into Adam's garage. I was going to be getting in the elevator. I get shitty cell service, so I'm going to call you from a different number. Like, I wanted her to pick up if she didn't see it was my number from my cell. I know I get bad service in that building. Like, I'm still calling her cell phone number. I'm not hiding. I didn't say, hey, Katie, give me a different number to call you from, and I'm going to call you from a different number. That's when you want privacy. Like, when I spoke to Erica, I wanted privacy. And Mike had just told me 2 days earlier, don't talk about anything. Don't talk about Katie. You know, don't talk to Katie. You know, don't talk to anybody about the case. So, Erica, I know Erica was going to say, and I was like, I wanted privacy. So I said, Erica, I'll call you from your landline to your cell phone. Yeah, well, I wanted privacy there, but that was the only time. And it was just because I didn't know what Erica was going to say, and out of abundance of caution, Mike was telling me not to talk about anything with her, so I wanted privacy. Like, that's with Erica. Katie, I said, here, I'll call you on your cell. I'm calling you from a different number because I wasn't going to get service in that building. So I knew. So I just wanted her to pick up if she sees a different number. I'm coming in 2 minutes. Like, there was nothing being hidden. And they put a mountain of bullshit with the autopsy photos that they kept putting up, upsetting people, the media. Her going, come on, guys. It's just use your common sense. You know, beyond a reasonable doubt doesn't mean, you know, you just have to, like, if you feel, you think he's guilty, then he's guilty. Like, no, beyond a reasonable doubt means you have to think.
Yo, guys, if there's anybody who wants to help us out with our goal at the top of the chat, the goal is to become the best true crime channel in Portugal, which won't be very difficult, so help us with that dream. But if you also want to buy us a coffee, there's the link to buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics. Also, other support links are in the description for the video. Anyone just joining us, we are also listing our unredacted version of the Jeff LACASSE interview that is the only one like it on YouTube. Everybody knows that. 55,000 people know that already and climbing. But it's, you know, It's had a peak in interest again, so more people are talking it, and I'm amazed that there's quite a bunch that have never seen it before, even though we've had it up for months. So if you haven't seen it and you want to see never before seen by you, I mean we've all seen it, but the version that was up for years and years that we've all watched 100 times had huge chunks missing. Lots of details about Wendi, lots of details about Daniel Sack, lots of details about other stuff, a bunch of stuff. The link is in the description to the unredacted interview of Jeff LACASSE. Check that out because the guidebook says it is a must-see. And merch as well, fantastic merch. Links in the description, social networks, blah, 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 coffee.
Is there any other way this could have happened?
That's right, but that wasn't told to them, and that's what I don't understand. How she gets away with the last words saying that, because that's incorrect.
It made it seem, honestly, like, I think the Chiefs are better than the Dolphins. Like,
oh my God, Chiefs and Dolphins.
The Chiefs are going to win? No, not even close. But
yeah.
But
whether or not the Chiefs are going to beat the Dolphins, Charlie, is a future-orientated prospect, okay? Unless we've got a crystal ball, all we're going to have to go on is how they did in other games. The murder that you did and paid for and hired people to do, that's all in the past. So we know, we can show what happened. Chiefs and the Dolphins is different because it's in the future.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that looking at everything, I think the Chiefs are better than the Dolphins, for sure. From an outsider, I get it. You put lots of circumstantial stuff together and you go, it kind of looks this way. I get it. But does it mean that it couldn't have happened any other way?
Where are the Chiefs from, anyway? Is that Kansas City? Is that it? Kansas City Chiefs. I mean, that sounds right to me, but I know nothing about football.
Not with Wendi showing up at Dan's house. She couldn't help herself, as Campbellman said. Wendi couldn't help herself. She had to show up. She narrates things she's narrating and giving meaning.
Wendi never said, "Well, I couldn't help myself," or "That's what I needed to." I mean, come on, it's just so absurd.
No, but so when people think about Wendi showing up, what is the explanation that sticks in their head?
Also, by the way, someone let me know where the Chiefs are from. Is it Kansas City? I need to know that now. I could look it up on Google, but I really appreciate hearing from all of you. Where's our map now? Our US map. Oh, look at that. Almost 100% red. What have we got? 10 to go? On to North Dakota, Wyoming, Nebraska, Alaska, Hawaii, Mississippi, Alabama, Kentucky, West Virginia, Rhode Island, Delaware, Vermont, and New Hampshire. Not many. Let us know if you're in a gray state so we can check you off the list.
Wendi couldn't help herself. She had to show up to make sure it was done. That's,
It is Kansas City. You see, it was somewhere in my brain. I've probably seen it in a movie or something.
The simplest explanation is the obvious explanation, right? Mm-hmm. Not she was driving to buy a bottle of liquor, and that's the only liquor store she's ever gone to, and that's how she knows when to get there, so she went her way. So she drove 5 miles out of her. She drove a 6-mile route instead of a 3-mile route. It's funny, I used to go to the CVS across the street from Nova to that liquor store from my house. Because when I lived right by Nova, that's the same store that I would always go to. I don't know why people do that. I do that with pharmacies also. I still would drive to the pharmacy across the street from Nova.
Carol Johnson's, I always say Johnson. Johansson says, I feel that I'd pop Zanny if I saw the phone ringing, and I knew it was the complete moron that I had raised calling to whine about his lawful conviction again while I'm trying to flee the country. I know, right? You know, a whole bottle. Fucking, you can hear her, like, coming down with the Xanax every time. She starts off up here, but then she's down here. Meanwhile, fucking Harvey Adelson somewhere in the background on a beanbag, staring at a lava lamp, you know, high as fuck.
That I used to go to when I lived at Nova for all those years.
Yeah.
When there's a pharmacy literally 2 traffic lights down on 441, and there's a liquor store right, it's like 2 traffic lights on 441, I still went to the one by Nova.
I know.
I guess I'm just still in shock, and it's still the whole thing of like, getting my life back to find out that I'm not.
I mean, listen, it is a shock because it's like it wasn't even 24 hours earlier that everyone knew that's it. You're going to win, go home, or if there's some crazy thing and there's a hung jury, so be it. But it was clear. It was clear that you were telling the truth. It was clear.
I honestly believe that Danny Rashbaum, you know what I was saying earlier about how he wanted to represent Charlie all the way through. I'm going to drive you home. We're going to win. I'm getting feedback from the office. It's really, really good. You know, I honestly believe that he told some colleagues and people he knew, Dan told colleagues to send him texts saying, hey, that was a really good bit you did there. I think you've got this in the bag, you know, and so that he would have other people, and then he was showing the messages to Donna and to Charlie, right, saying, look, my colleagues back in the office, they think it's going really well, you know, I'm in here, I'm working, I'm push, I'm a closer, you know, but, you know, he's getting feedback and then sending that to Donna so that he looks like he's doing a good job. Why? So we can get those billable hours after conviction. Let me do the handover for the appeal. It should be about 6 weeks. I'll send you the bill. I'll just put it with the others. I'll put it with the stack.
You had a ton of probable doubt. I mean, it was clear to everybody.
Probable doubt. There was a ton of probable doubt. Oh, Donna, don't get behind the wheel, Donna. You're fucking reinventing legal language. There was a ton of probable doubt.
It was not like, oh, this is going down, It wasn't anything like that. That's what makes it.
You see, you know, we all were saying that to each other, but of course Donna wasn't watching True Crime Metrix. She was just listening to Dan.
What makes it so difficult?
Nothing was going back. Dan was like, listen, the case is coming in better than he thought it would.
Yeah. Really?
I said, Dan, are you happy with how it's going? He said, listen, because if you would have told me a month ago, we'd be at this point in the case, at this point, with everybody who testified and everything, I couldn't be happier. We're doing better than I really thought we would have. And then I anticipated we're doing as good or better, as good as I could have hoped. I'm very, very confident.
Oh, I know. You weren't the only one who felt confident. Everybody felt confident. And again, in no way do I have any complaints about anything Dan did. He did what the best attorney would do, the most research that could be done, the most hours that could be put in, nights and weekends, I know we sat on the phone for hours the first 5 months that you were in solitary. He sat on the phone at night with you. And my dad and I look at each other and say, what else can we have done? Was there anything else that we could have done that we didn't do? And you know, we had the best. And we had truly consultants, we had the best. And we had Tallahassee. And they didn't listen. Listen, Charlie. Can you hear me, Charlie? Charlie, can you hear me? Charlie? Clicked off. I bet it's because it was an hour. Yeah, he'll call me back. Okay. You can make her aware now that the things that we need to discuss are private. If George wants to remain in the lobby, he can. But I have a lot of...
This is good. This is good. You can make her aware now that you see, we switch. Can you hear how fucking bossy and hostile she is, right? You can make her aware now that the things we need to discuss are private. If George wants to wait in the lobby. So listen, hear it again. So Charlie's gone, and now we're going to listen to Donna in her house. This is her. This is just her, right?
Can you hear me, Charlie? Charlie, can you hear me? Charlie? Clicked off. I bet it's because it was an hour. Yeah, he'll call me back. Okay. You can make her aware now that the things that we need to discuss are private. If George wants to remain in the lobby, he can, but I have a lot of personal information that I need to give. You call her. I mean, just say it. I don't care if she's holding up a speaker. Say, George, if you need George to drive you, you can, or I'll say it in a nice way. Well, I don't want to use this phone. She's going to call me back. What did she say, a little after 8? Yeah.
I'll meet him downstairs. I'll tell him.
Yeah. Yeah, just tell her, let me know when you're 5 minutes away.
Yeah, she's gonna give me to
Okay.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Great. Yeah.
They shut Charlie's phone off before he's in the fallback.
No, I don't know. I mean, it just clicked off. No, because my daughter comes up, I don't care what I wear. George is not coming in. But no problem. And if we finish and she still would like to stay a little bit and have George come up, I have no problem. It's just that everything I'm doing is personal with her. So, no. Yeah. I just said to Annie, I'm on the phone with Charlie, and I'll call you when I get off. So
Wendy loves these chaperones, doesn't she? Hey, thanks so much, Victoria Girl, for the super chat. Charlie is in the first stage of grieving, denial, disbelief. Yeah. I wonder where he's at now. He's probably just skipped it all, skip to the end. Thank you for the super chat, Victoria Girl. Great way to support the channel, guys. Super chats, and there it is. This is the very best way. buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix.
I'm not going to call. Maybe I'll call her before Wendi comes. I'll call her. Charlie calls her, and I'm going to get off. So, yeah. So the things that we want is for him to, we'll talk about in more detail later. I'll tell her I thought at first you needed to come here, but I realized that most of everything we can do, I'll have to tell her we're leaving the country.
We're leaving the country.
My phone. If they are, they will then just stop.
They're not recording my phone. Yeah. Okay. Well, they're recording this phone that you haven't hung up. We're leaving the country.
You know, I mean, what am I going to do? I can't write it. Dan says don't put anything in writing. I can't. What am I supposed to do?
Yeah, Dan said don't put anything in writing. Of course, you know, what he didn't tell us was make sure you hang up when the prison phone call is on hold.
Should I? I can't. So I'm supposed to call Dan, but that line is useless. Because I don't have a private line. So they're going to either hear me tell Dan to call Annie, or they're going to hear me tell Annie. They might as well hear me. I mean, what's the option? Or Annie Cunningham? No, not necessarily. But I'll tell her that there's business things that Harvey wants to talk to Ron about, and it involves. It shouldn't be a whole lot of work, but it's going to be some because he's going to need to be able to contact the handyman, check apartment numbers. We'll give him.
Ryan B is back. How you doing, Ryan? Yeah, once Charlie drops, the whole crying facade stops. Never noticed that. Yeah, then it's just straight back to daggers. Dagger Donna, right?
All the information he needs. He'll send Ron a picture of broken cabinets, and Ron will say, yes, go ahead and replace these. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm not going to tell her details. I'll just say Harvey will talk to him later. Call Annie Cunningham. No, I don't know if he's going to get out of there. Mind if he's there all day. You have to let him out for a shower.
Boom! Oh, call 16.
Hey, Charlie. Hey, Mom. Hey, Dad. How are you?
What happened before the just
cut? The phone just cut, and then I kept trying to call you back, and it kept saying this PIN number
Amy's back. How you doing, Amy?
is in use. So I hang up, and then I restarted, and then I wait 10 minutes, wait 15 minutes, and then it usually.
Oh, we just got Kentucky. Bluegrass. Bluegrass and moonshine. Okay, we'll mark it off the map. Thank you, Green Goddess Dressing. Okay. Good to see you. It's
works again. It's just a computer glitch that has to go through.
I knew there was something, I knew there was something wrong, but if it ever happens and you can't get back, don't think I think you hung up on me. I know it's just a problem with the phone.
Okay.
So, yeah, of course.
Yeah, don't ever worry if that happens. Last night they were coming back with the tablet. So it's like if I didn't give them my tablet then through the door, they wouldn't have charged it.
Oh wow.
Literally, they come to your door. There's a hatch. They don't open your door. There's a hatch, like a mail thing that you open the hatch in the middle of the door. That's how they pass you your food. So they come over, they bang on the door, and they open the hatch. And they go, "Give us your tablet." And you got like 2 seconds to give it to them. If you don't give it to them, they got to close the hatch, and then I wouldn't get charged for today. These boxes that was built on it, looking at the wall, 24 hours.
They would have cut us at some point anyway because I think we got off at like 10:43. Didn't you say they cut it at 10:45? They stopped the call.
Yeah, I think we were on the phone until 10:35, 10:34.
Yeah. So I knew at some point that was going to happen, but okay. But at least they charged. So you've got it fully charged now.
Yeah. I mean, it's already down to like 85%, but 85% will last the whole day.
Yeah. Okay. Check your phone and see how much money is on there.
Well, I think the only way I can check it is when I call. Like when I call and it says like you have $75 or whatever.
All right.
Oh, thank you, Carrie Sue, for the 5 coffees on buymeacoffee.com/TrueCrimeMetrix. Much appreciated, Carrie Sue. So welcome to the map, Kentucky. Good to see you. What do we want next? I want to get Wyoming. Look, there's that big block over there, just waiting to be made Metrix.
Oh, but I'm fine. I mean, I'm not going to go through it. Oh, wow, I got 223 on the commissary. Yeah, don't put any more on the commissary. I won't be here to,
$223. How many ramen noodleson does that buy?
use it.
So that should be enough, right? 223. Well, that's you're only allowed to use how much a week?
40, and I think they charge you $2.75 a day for being here.
So
Yeah, so that'll
what comes out about 60 a week or 70 maybe?
65, something like that.
So if I assume 70, and you have how much in there? Because I don't get the commissary amount. I can only add. I don't see it.
223. I'm good to go.
243 at 70.
No, 223. I'm fine. I'll let you know. Listen, I'll let you know. I'll know when I'm leaving. So I got a court date through.
But so your court date is not going to be for a month, right?
For usually 30 days.
Yeah.
And Dan is going to come for that. I'm sure Kate won't be there, but Dan will be there.
Yeah, no, you wouldn't need Kate there, but yeah. Okay.
So he's gonna come for that, and then I'll probably be sent. Oh, usually the buses leave, I think Tuesday or Thursday, so depending on what day that falls on. I may be sent the next day, or I may be sent the following day.
Yeah.
They leave you at 2 in the morning.
And where do you go from there? Did you go to a general place first, not directly from where you go?
Everybody bring it into intake, which is the end of Washington.
I'm not. You broke up. Intake, which is where, honey?
It's called Camp Washington, is what we call it.
Oh, okay. You don't know which part of the state or anything, right?
Oh, I'm sure it's like an hour and a half. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. I do. It's a little bit fussy. I don't know if you said Tallahassee. I didn't hear what you said.
No, is that better?
Oh, much better. Yeah. Now I can hear you.
I think it's around an hour and a half, 2 hours from here. And they have you shackled up on the bus. And they move you at like 2 in the morning. And they bring you there. And they do the whole intake process with you.
So that's, and you stay there for a little while or what? Charlie?
They want to know there for like, could be a month, could be longer. And then they get you sorted out to where you're going to go. And I have a feeling it's going to be at least a month there.
Really?
Supposedly, I asked an officer yesterday, I think you're allowed visiting there. Because once you get to a prison, you're allowed visiting in the city. Can you hear me?
I hear you. I hear you perfectly.
Yeah. So these headphones are going. I think I don't even hear them on the ear. So I think you're allowed visitors, but I don't even know if that's where I want you to see me.
You know what?
You're looking real good when you see me.
You know what? We're doing just fine talking on the phone.
Yeah. Probably not going to come, we just got that pesky plane to catch. So we're doing fine talking on the phone, It's probably going to do.
We'll see you. It's not going to, that's not going to make the difference. Talking to you on the phone now is fine. At least we get to talk to each other, and that's really what matters.
So,
We'll always be able to talk to you, Charlie. We will always be able to talk to you at any time.
anytime, Charlie. Anytime.
Anytime you call.
Yeah, except Vietnam's about 8 hours ahead, or no, fuck. That's the other side of the date line, isn't it? So it's It's a long way. It's got to be. It's got to be 12 hours behind.
I wish we could call you, but we can't. We have to just wait. So.
I'm gonna take this and they go over all the like rules to teach you about prison. Like you have to have your bed made with like hospital corners, and like you have to have a 6-inch collar to your bed.
Hey, Charlie, that's good for you, man. That you should do that when you're not in prison. Maybe that making your bed just right is a nice thing to do.
Every single day, like it's run like boot camp. So your bed has to be made with a folded over 6-inch collar. And there's like someone told me there's like a line spray painted into the bed so that you measure it's a 6-inch collar, not a 5-inch collar.
Vietnam is 11 hours ahead of Tallahassee. Yeah, so I was fucking close.
And then it has to, you have to learn the rules and everything about stuff about prison. Basically like prison schools, from still explaining today. Some of the this is a guy who's been in prison for 10 years. I used to hang out with here. He, what do you call it? And, so he said that then you're there for about a month.
Oh, is the fan bothering people? What's up? Strong breathing in the mic. Is it creeping you out, Cassandra? No, it's a fan, but I could move it a little bit away. It's just so damn hot in here. Let's put it over there. How about that? Is that better? I hope so.
And then they ship you off to whatever camp you're going to. And I was talking to a guard here last night, and they left me out for 10 minutes to take a shower.
Right.
And he was saying that that classification there, they sort people out based on classification. But one thing that the guy that I knew here, who had like told me what it's like down the road, said is that like anybody who's got like a 20-year or above sentence, they separate them. 20 years. Hold on a second. I'm gonna hit it. Okay, hold on one second, okay, Mom?
Okay.
I've been doing a lot better if I wasn't in solitary cells that I can't be at. It's making me feel worse. But I'm doing fine. But being in this claustrophobic environment, not being able to see outside of my window, not being around my friends that I was in body too, that's just making me pull on me more than anything. Hold on, I'm coming.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Of course.
Not talking to you, Donna.
I greatly appreciate it. They're talking about putting me back into E2. Really, it would help if you cared about me. It would help me out a lot. No, not at all. I just want to get back to E2 and be able to move around and get out of the cell. I feel like I'm being punished right now for nothing. I don't think it's really fair. If you could do anything to help me get back to where I was, I'd be greatly appreciative. It's not good for my mental health. Awesome. No idea what time? That would be fantastic. I look forward to seeing him. Thank you. You there?
Yeah, I heard.
Did you hear me talking to her?
Yeah. First I thought you were talking to me, and then I realized you were talking to someone else. So, yeah, I heard what you said.
When you pressed on the button on my phone, on my cord for my phone, did you hear the whole conversation or none of it?
I believe so. When you asked her about, yeah, sure, I did.
Yeah, I was trying to tell her like I'm fine, but this is not good for my mental health.
Right.
Oh my God, it's just crazy, Mom. I mean, like I look at where I was in 2013, dating Junko, her wanting me to move into the continuum with her, and I look at myself now, I just like, I can't even like.
You can't. Don't even go there. It doesn't. It's not good to go there. It's not.
Yeah, it just seems like a destiny from a former life, from a different time, to a different person, had a different life.
I just got a text on my phone because we have I don't know where this is from, but there's a leak in the refrigerator that's kind of flooding the floor. And so they told us to be up at 8:20, and he just texted me he's leaving the office to come up. So give me an hour or so with this guy so we can, hopefully they could figure, an hour and a half, they could figure out what's going on here. And I will text Dan, or call him rather, after 10, just to see what's happening. And that way, if you call him, you can just say, has he made any calls or whatever? I don't know, but just.
Can you talk to the guy? Can you talk to me a little bit more?
Yeah, I can talk to you more. Can you talk to this guy for a little bit?
Sure.
Yeah, the guy with the flood. Okay, yeah. So let me go in the other room because I'm not even properly dressed. So, get in the other room. If he needs to check that water, let me know, honey. Okay. Dad's gonna handle it.
How's that doing?
The fan is actually better further away. It's oscillating, so the range is wider. I should have thought of that. It's further away with a wider range and quieter. We all win, and it's thanks to you, Cassandra.
I haven't spoken to the children. I don't know. I haven't spoken to them yet. My plan is to speak to them. I want to do it when I get home from school, probably by Friday afternoon.
Today's only Wednesday.
Today is Wednesday.
It hasn't even been 48 hours. It feels like it's been 2 weeks.
I know.
I literally can't. I literally have been locked in the box since I got back. To the jail.
Let's
talk to Dan. So I was out of the box for 40 minutes to talk to Dan, and then 10 minutes last night to take a shower. Other than that, I've been locked in a box with shit on the wall. Shit on the ceiling, all on the wall.
That's great, isn't it? When you go and have a shower, clean yourself up, come back and stare at the shit on the walls. Oh.
And the mental health when he comes, she's like, how are you doing? I'm like, well, there's shit on the ceiling, there's blood on the wall, there's piss on the floor, and I've been locked in a box for 2 days. I've been telling people did a crime I didn't do. I got fucking lied to, but everyone's telling me, oh, you're going to get a fair trial, we're going to see you, we're going to get everybody. They get the TV production as opposed to they get shame, like, oh, we say this, we say that. That's not what I was ever saying. That's not what I was saying. Like, they put together a fucking TV show, had shot autopsy photos, and made everybody real angry, and not one person is well. The guy with the brain, who was a white professional who, looked at the case and was like, yeah, I never would have.
Oh, that's a nice message. Thank you, Carol. Yeah, we're all good. Soap's over there, checking the couch for softness.
I'm guilty. Never in a million years.
It's an alternate.
Yes. I think there's one other alternate also. Just that close to actually having a life. Instead of going to fucking hell. It is.
And thanks again for the super chat, Carol. Very kind, very kind.
It is literally, it's not even the fact that you're away from everybody. It's that, and then you're also in hell. It's like the mental and the whole, and it's not, trust me, also stress because you're not in a safe environment.
I know, that's what they have to work for you. You have to work on that for you.
Listen, the only way they can keep you safe is if they put you in solitary. Come out for 30 minutes a day by yourself, you're in no contact with any other human beings, and then they keep you safe. They're running facilities, they're not running, it's not called that. It's not a federal prison is different. People go to federal prison, there's actually gyms there, but they have everything. Federal is paid for by the Fed. State is paid for by the state. State doesn't get federal money for state things. Like education gets paid for by the state of Florida. That's why, like, in really poor states like Mississippi and Louisiana, I mean, they've got serious problems with prisons that are like, you see, like, the states on like TV, but like the state prisons in Louisiana, like Angola, I'm sure you've heard about them.
Yeah.
Where, I mean, it's literally like, I mean, it's inhumane, like storage and dangerous. Well, you're going to be with people who have 20-year plus sentences. They will not put, like, if somebody has 10 years in prison, they won't even put them with you. They won't put them together with you. Because people who have 10 years are getting out. Most people they know, when they've got a 20-year sentence, they know there's a good chance they're never getting out. They're people that have given up on life. They know they're not getting out. They know they're not getting out. They don't care. They turn into people turn into animals. You put them in cages. You give them no hope. They're not getting out. They don't care. What can you take from somebody? They're already in prison for life. What are you going to give them, a second life sentence? Okay.
I know. We both know. We know.
Okay. So the guy gets a second life sentence. He's already got one life sentence. I mean, it's one thing I've heard is that, like, people, like, with stabbing and stuff like that, they don't come out the doors. Because what are you going to do? Charges against someone? Okay, the guy's got a life sentence. What are they going to do? I mean, your work was also, you got a life sentence too. I mean, you go and you tell the police, you tell them that this guy just got stabbed by who you got stabbed by. Like, you're going to get stabbed again. And if they're like, well, we got to move him to facilities, we'll put him in another facility. Do you know that every time they transfer you, they make it public record? It's on the internet. They will know where you're going before you get there. Like if they move you from a place in Central Florida to a place in the Panhandle, right? Whenever the transfer orders go in, it gets posted. It gets put on, it's public record. So if I got moved from Central Florida to the Panhandle of Florida, right? It gets posted. People in the Panhandle, like let's say it's gang activity in Central Florida, then by the time you get to the Panhandle, the gang members there know who you are, know that you just told on the guy that just stabbed you in this other person. They're going to get you there. I mean, or they'll know you're there the first day you're there, and you're the pressure to get somebody in another facility. That's why it's like you get stabbed and you don't tell the guards who stabbed you. You can't say it. Why not? Okay, so what are you going to do? Put the guy in a box for 6 months who stabbed you? Okay. They're going to get you back. That's the one thing I've heard is that with prison, supposedly you get more freedom to move around, but I've heard it's much more violent.
You know, you've told me this before, you know.
The guards aren't like here in jail. The guards are with you. Like in prison, the guards aren't with the inmates. The guards don't walk around like here. The guards walk around the pod, and it's like there's cells. And then there's the center area that's about 80 feet by 40 feet. That's got in the center of the triangle where the tables and the desk is set up. And the guards in that there, and every 25 minutes he gets up and does rounds. Walks by every cell, looks in every cell, and the guard's right there with you. In prison, it's not like that. They're in a control room. They're in like a glass enclosed. It almost looks like a control tower at the airport. Like they're in a glass enclosed booth. They can call and radio stuff in, but they're not out walking amongst you. And they're supervising it's like in the center, supervising like 2 dorms. I mean, it's going to be, to God, I mean, there's no way they can not look at me and say he doesn't need protective management.
Yeah. Yeah. It's going to take a little time to figure out all of this stuff and how that happens, but I know it will be worked. I know it will be worked on.
Yeah, no, I know it would work. And hopefully they don't do protective management like they did here, where they're like, okay, you're just sit on for, you come out an hour a day by yourself, otherwise you're sitting in your cell.
You know what? Let's not think about it because we don't know. It's just conjecture. Let's hang in there, wait and see how it happens. All right? It will be looked after. So, Ollie, I don't like to say it to you. Dad's going to need me up front because he's not holding it together all that well, and I need to talk to the repair guy without let Dad come in here. He'll be okay. Just needs to just sit alone a little bit. So I'm going to switch places with him. So,
okay. I'll be fine. Sorry.
Oh, we're going to hear from Harvey.
You just...
Do you want me to just let you go so you can talk to Dad?
Dad, I'm not able to talk to him when he's like this. I just want to get him into the bedroom so he can lie down, and I'll go out there with this guy for a little bit.
Do you want me to talk to Dad, or do you want me to just let Dad lie down?
No, I want Dad to go lie down. I want you to talk to him right now.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to upset you guys.
No, please. It's not that. It's just that as each time he walked by, he heard some of the conversation. He's losing it. So I just want to get him to come down, lie down. I think I will give him his Xanax and let him rest. And then I have to go out.
Give Dad his Xanax. I'm sorry. Look, want me to talk to Dad and tell him I'm doing good?
Take a pill. Make Dad take a pill.
No. I want you to talk to him later. He's just going to need to put his head down now. Okay, honey?
Give him the Xanax.
Yeah, I will. And call back.
Give him a Xanax. Give him 6. In some ways, it's like a cautionary tale for chemical dependency, isn't it?
So you'll talk to him after. Okay, honey?
When should I call back?
I would say give him an hour. Just want to give him something and let him rest, and then call back.
Give Dad a Xanax. I'm sorry. I didn't know that Dad was...
No. He'll feel better when he hears you with your voice like this. Okay.
Want me to just talk to him for a second and tell him I'm doing okay?
Yeah. Hold on a second. Make it real quick. Honey.
Yes.
Okay. Here a second. I told Charlie that you just need to lie down for a few minutes, but I told her he wants to just split his voice so you know he's okay.
Okay, I'm all right. Yeah, I'm all right. I'm good.
Yeah, I'm fine. I appreciate you guys listening. I don't need to stress you out with anything.
Oh, no. I want you to be able to talk to us. It's much better if you can talk things out. Much better. Get it all out. It is, please.
I'm going to be fine. I'm going to be fine. So I just wanted to tell you.
We're here with you all the time. Please understand that.
If you have to call, it's fine. But,
Yeah. No, I love you guys. I'm sorry. I got so much running through my head.
Of course you do.
I know.
Do.
No, but I'm fine, Dad. But I would tell you, take a Xanax.
Charlie, we're here all the time, son. Except for the 13th. Then we're going to be gone on about, it's going to be about a 24-hour flight. We are going to be having a layover in Dubai, but we probably won't be able to talk to you on the prison phone from the airport. So when we get to Vietnam into a safe house, we'll have someone call you.
If I was you, I'd be doing the same thing. I was taking Xanax.
Yeah, I told him.
You're better off doing that than dealing with the stress.
Yeah, he's going to take it, lie down for a little bit, and I'll deal with this guy in the kitchen.
Yeah,
okay. Okay.
I'll just talk to them
downstairs. I'll be fine.
It's a pretty good slogan for the Xanax company, huh? Just take a Xanax. You're better off doing that than dealing with the stress.
I'll be fine. I'll call you guys and let you know. like an hour or so?
Yeah, that would be perfect.
That's fine.
That would be perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, honey?
Lay down and I'm going to try to listen to the radio.
Perfect. Okay.
All right.
We'll talk in a little bit. Love you, honey.
All right, love you guys. Take care.
Bye.
Love
Bye.
you. Love you.
I got it.
Okay, we're going to move on to another video. We're going to video 17. Don't know if we're going to get through all of this, but we will do our level best.
Hi, honey.
How are you?
Hey, so good. I just maybe.
Yeah, don't forget, guys, leave a like on the video. That would help us out. That would help the channel out. It would help me out. It's not going to help Donna or any, so don't worry about that. You do not need to have a guilty conscience. If you'd like to support the channel, please do on buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics, or help us with our goal at the top of the chat. Merch in the description for the video. Check out the unredacted Jeff LACASSE video there. Also, that is a must-see. What else have we got? Social networks. Join the social networks. Join Discord for updates. Fabulous updates.
10 minutes ago, got a text back from Dan, and he was going to reach out to he's going to reach out to them again. He's concerned that they're going to keep you there a few days, but I said, no, Charlie, said they should be coming today. He says, all right, let me reach out to them again. And wait, hold on, let me read the text. Hang on a second. I don't put you on speaker so I could read the text. I just wrote it. Dan, put in the call. It may take a couple of days of them observing, but I am going to call Whaley. So he's going to do whatever he can do, unfortunately.
Supposedly the chief has to come, the chief of the jail, because the one that runs the entire jail, is going to come see me personally.
Who is Whaley then? Is he the chief or there's someone else?
No, Whaley's a sergeant who's in charge of classification.
All right. So maybe he has, I think, somewhat of a relationship with him.
Yeah, he has a relationship with him. Whaley's good, and Chief Mack is, he's the guy that Dan was always calling in the beginning when I was trying to get out of solitary, and he just never returned phone calls. He runs the whole jail, so it's like, he knows what he wants to do. He doesn't want to do anybody. So,
Funny, Bree is texting me. Oh, gosh, let me just tell her. Hold on. Bree. Talking to you now. Okay. So, Dad's going to be, Dad is much better. He's going to be a little occupied. So I told you we hadn't spoken to anybody, and you asked how Linda was doing, and I kind of knew, but I didn't say anything. So I said, we're all having a really hard time. And she came over. She's in the other room with Dad now. She told the boys, look, Charlie, everybody's just very sad right now. They couldn't go to school.
She told the boys, huh? What, that their beloved uncle is going to prison forever because he was behind the murder of their father. I mean, I bet she liked doing that. She's sick.
But she made him go this morning. And I think what will happen at some point is that be able to work it out, not maybe in a week or so, work it out so there's a time so that, you know his after school hours or whatever, and you'll be able to call and talk to him because he would like that. So they're going to be fine. They're kids, Things recover real fast. But I didn't know this until she came over because she didn't want to talk to me or tell me anything without being here in person.
All the things I wanted to do, and I'll never get to do.
I don't want to get know they love you. They love you, and they're sad, and they understand what happened. They totally understand what happened.
All the things that I'll never get to do. It's so funny. You know, Donna's crying about the boys and how they're taking it and the trauma everyone's going through and how sad everyone is. And Charlie's just like, yeah, all the things I'll never get to do or have.
They know that none of us had anything to do with it, and they are. They're sad. So, for now, we'll leave it at that. Just the grown-ups will talk, and in a week or so, they'll straighten out times, and so that you'll know that you have a set-up time, and you could call, and you could talk to him, and then things will be as fresh, and everybody will be calmed down, and they'll be able to talk better. Okay. Right now, it's all too fresh, honey. Oh. And that's why this is not a time to tell your son. I mean, I know Bruce said, something with Roman. Roman knows nothing. Roman knows Daddy's calling, and that's fine. Let us stay like Daddy is calling, and that's it.
Yeah, Ro doesn't know. He's happy. He gets a little poetry. And he's like, yeah, this will all be over soon. He said to me yesterday on the phone. He must have heard his mom say that to her. The kids just repeat. I don't even know what the hell they're repeating.
Right, of course. Well, we know.
Like, yeah, it'll all be over soon. It's all gonna be okay.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, you got no idea.
No. Anyway, Dad's talking to her now, so I can't put either one of them on right now. That will happen. That happened right now.
Amy says, what does she mean they understand what happened, meaning the boys, the Markel boys, I guess? It means that they've been told the version, that it wasn't Charlie or them or anyone. It was Magbanawa and her Latin cronies. Those kids, those Markel boys, they got sadly, one way or another, I think it's safe to say that they've got a pretty difficult, rocky future. It's almost going to be like coming out of the Truman Show, everyone you know in your life has been something else. And all the facts that you think you know are false. And, sooner or later, well, at some point, let's just say that, it's going to start to come together. And it's going to be extremely alarming, They're going to be particularly vulnerable, probably, to suicide or, drug dependency in a bad way, alcoholism, all sorts of stuff, self-harm. I mean, they're going to need some damn good care. And I think Ruth and Phil would be well positioned to do that, but they're getting older and older, Yeah. Hopefully, whenever they start to come out of this situation, someone's going to be looking out for them. Yeah, suicide. You don't think so, Christina? You're going to disagree with something I say. That's okay.
And you got me, and you've got Dan, and you've got Bree, and we will hang in there until I sent Janice a copy of the pictures. I made like 6 pictures of a copy of the Jerry's patio receipt, because they do it on the light green paper, and it's got like a old-fashioned carbon with blue writing. It's very hard to read. So I took lots of pictures, like close-up and distance, and the exact address of which Jerry's patio store it's at, and so I sent all that.
We all hope not, Christina. But when a person's entire world becomes unraveled in a short, quick way, that can be incredibly disillusioning and overwhelming, to the point of, let's just say we all hope not.
Last night, told her it wouldn't be ready till after the 11th, and so at that point, she could go get them. So I did that. What else? Dad's going to have to still arrange with the electrician to go to Well Harbor, because he can't rent or sell a house that has no lighting working in the living room. So it's got to get done one way or the other. So he's not today, too many other things, but he's taking care of that. And if we can't do that, I have other people that are going to make calls to me and take care of some things, because we have more important things to do. So we're getting things that were on a time frame. We're getting those things finished. So yeah. So
we texted June. Funny, they're like talking like friends now. I guess people were pretty mean to June. We felt bad. She reached out to June. She's like, Bree's telling me that June is so sweet. She's like,
she told me the same thing.
Yeah. She's like, June is really so sweet. She's like, she feels bad for her. She's like, she may not be the brightest goal, but she is. She's sweet and she cares about you. And she's actually kind of.
If Bree goes to prison, because she's had quite a few run-ins with the law since this all went down. I mean, nothing too major, but from the police reports that we saw, it did come across as, self-destructive behavior with a somewhat of an escalating nature. We should just give ramen noodleson to June, right? She'd probably end up marrying him in, when he's of age.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was that? What did they put out in APB for June and Shinda? Can't find her.
Hold on a second. I can't find her. Hey, thank you for holding that. Hey, thanks for coming through. All right, buddy. I hope to see you soon. No, it should be good, man. Thanks for checking on me. Just come back and say hi when you can. All right, yeah. That was one of the guys that are E2 that are trustee and give us back to the fish.
Oh, wow. That's the commissary?
Yeah, coming in to give me my food back from that I gave them. That's nice. Because he just said I gave it all away. It's kind of honorable. Come back and give it to me, sitting in solitary.
Yeah, because I got notification that something was delivered, but I don't know. Maybe they delivered it somewhere else.
No. How did you order
it? It was delivered. I'm trying to think if it did yesterday. I think something was delivered. It said your order has been delivered. That's why I always say to you, "Oh, did you get it, honey?" And you go, "Oh yeah, I did."
No.
This time I don't know.
No, I don't know what it was that you ordered.
I ordered a giant. That was for
Okay, but no, that wouldn't. It doesn't come till Monday.
okay.
You don't get delivered tomorrow.
No, Tuesday it was delivered. Yesterday,
All right,
it was
well-
on my, whatever.
When did you order it?
When did I order it? Let me go back and look at my computer and
Because you have to order by Sunday to get it for Monday. Remember you said you weren't ordering me anything this week.
I know. I thought I wasn't. That was maybe from the previous week. I don't know. I don't want to say anything.
Yeah.
Let me just go back outside.
You didn't order me anything because we thought I was coming home.
Right, except why am I getting, I know. I'm wondering why I'm getting something that, it always comes after a delivery, so that's what I thought was odd, but I don't know. I'll tell you later. I'll look at it later. I don't want to bother with it now. So,
You were saying that alcohol points bulletin for June Shinda?
say that again. You broke up.
They put out an ATV for June Shinda?
You didn't hear that? When they
No.
wanted her, maybe you didn't hear the judge. When June was supposed to testify.
Oh, they called her early. She told her to come at like 2:45, and I guess they were running ahead of time, so she went somewhere.
Oh, because that's what she said. And then her phone went off during he says, that was my alarm to come in. And they was
that's my alarm.
supposed to wait
That was
for that.
brilliant. Hey, I wonder what June's going to be wearing, huh? We're going to get to see June again. That's always very good value. What's it going to be this time, June? There's always something. She's hilarious.
Fitness room, and she didn't wait. I guess she went for a walk, and so that's when the judge said, "Do you have a nice tour of the courthouse, June?" And she said, "Oh no, I've been here twice before."
Yeah. She's like, she really thought he was asking her, like, oh, did you have her, what do you think of the courthouse? She's like, I've been here twice before. Like, she wasn't trying to be funny.
She didn't catch it. I know.
She was, I mean, and then like, she was so nervous, and then her alarm rings off, and she's like, oh, that's my alarm to be here.
Yeah.
She told her, oh, you need to be ready by 2 o'clock or something. I called her 1:15. So she just was left and set an alarm to be back at a certain time.
Yeah. Yeah. So they,
She actually looked fantastic when
she looked gorgeous. Oh my God, I said to Dad, that's June? She looked gorgeous. Woof.
yeah, she did her hair. She never does her hair. She hardly wears makeup either. I don't think she wore any makeup. She's just she looks fine.
She looked beautiful.
Yeah, but she was sweet.
I didn't know what they would believe when they said, do you still have feelings for him? She said, yes, I do. I still love him. I'm thinking, shit, is that good? Is that bad? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There's nothing that she testified to. Yeah, she was just being honest. And even Bree said, you know what? She was just being super honest. I said, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, she told him, she's like, look, he was my last serious boyfriend that I had 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I haven't had a serious boyfriend since then. Like, it actually, I think it made me very likable that, like, somebody this sweet, 5 years later, still thinks that highly of me.
Not only did that make you likable, but when you testified, everyone said, oh my God, he's really like a nice guy. You know, you testified likable, and likability is a good thing.
I act like myself.
You weren't arrogant. You weren't arrogant. You weren't anything like that.
You're untouchable. You're arrogant. Like, yeah, those adjectives that you use are describing somebody who's very unlikable who you want to convince. And like, you're taking little clips of how I look on a tape, or how my body language is, or how I'm talking to Katie at a cafe, and like, you're going to determine whether I'm guilty or innocent based on my how nervous and excited I was, and like upset I was, and like my head was spinning, and I'm just thinking out loud. Like, everyone's different. Some people just shut up in a situation; they clam up. Other people think out loud. Other people just think to themselves. Like, I'm definitely somebody that I have to think out loud.
I know. You could say it over and over and over again. No evidence. How do you do that? No evidence. How do you do that? That's all I'm hearing from people. No evidence. How did they do that?
No evidence. Well, oh no, we have he said on the tape, and I'm involved. Yeah, but I'm not involved. That's what I meant. And I would say it again, I'm involved, but I'm not involved. Like, I'm not involved in a murder. That's just what but then you cut the sentence short and you're like, oh, he says I'm involved. I say I'm involved, but I'm not involved. Yeah. Like, it don't matter. Like, we got emails, we got Wendy's book, you talked Wendy out of buying a house for 5 different reasons, not one reason. I mean, I could see if I said, hey, Wendy, here's one big reason not to buy a house. I said for 5 different reasons. Like, I would have given the same advice.
You take snippets. You take snippets that are out of context, that don't mean anything, and you think that's yeah. Well,
that speaks to motive. Like, I guess you could say anything speaks to motive. You know, anything involving any communication I have with Wendy must speak to motive. Like,
I know.
You know, I mean, basically the way they put this case together, the way they point fingers at everything, and they're just throwing everything in this pot of soup. I mean, it backed off a little bit at the end when they're like, did we say Wendi Adelson's on trial here? No, but the same evidence against Wendi is the same evidence against me. Like,
that's right.
She was showing up in his house that morning. Like, okay, well, if Wendy's not on trial,
why are we talking about it?
Like, she either had knowledge, and that's why she went to the house, or she had no knowledge and was going to the same liquor store she always went to.
Right.
So she knew the route, went the old way. It was an extra 7 minutes out of her way. She didn't care. She was on autopilot. Like,
as Dan said, when there's truth, right, when Dan said when there's an alternative to what's being presented and it makes sense, that's reasonable doubt. It just has to be reasonable doubt. It doesn't have to be anything more than just reasonable. He said, and there's beyond reasonable. Beyond. And he was.
Yeah. I mean, and the way, I mean, I don't know.
Beyond reasonable doubt means unreasonable doubt, Donna. She's trying to say that it was even more reasonable. She just fucks it up with the language. I mean, beyond... it was beyond reasonable doubt, like even more convincing, but that means the opposite. Monica just bought 8 coffees. Thank you so much, Monica, to the Ramen Noodleson. To June adopting Ramen Noodleson. She could keep him in a big Louis, you know? Just in a big old Louis. Thank you, Monica.
Me, but when I was listening to her give jury instructions, it sounded like, y'all, if you feel, you know, that you think y'all are smart, if you think it's reasonable that he's guilty, then you look guilty.
Like, I'm reviewing that today. I know exactly what was said. He was pulling it up. I know.
She made it sound like, if you think the Chiefs are better than the Dolphins, vote for the Chiefs. Like, don't be silly. You know the Chiefs are better. Okay, I'll place my money on the Chiefs before the Dolphins, but not beyond a reasonable doubt. Like, what does a reasonable doubt mean in a first-degree murder case? Like, did the person present something that did happen, actually, that is different than what you think happened? Not that. All the other coincidences people didn't want to hear. A coincidence is something that you can't explain.
Right.
It's just,
right.
It's just a coincidence. There is no explanation.
Hey, we've got 182 people in the stream tonight. That's good. That's good for this channel. You know what we could do to make it to 200? We could all click that like button, because you know why? Then the algorithm goes, hey, look at this guy. Look at this guy and all his likes. We're going to push this to more people. Let's get to 200 people. Help us by clicking that like button. Subscribe, share, leave a comment. And click like, click like, click like. Thank you so much, guys.
Explanation for coincidence. There is no explanation for the TV repairman, for the TV comment by you that the TV costs about $5, and that's the present that I bought Wendy when she got divorced. fucking coincidence. Very ironic that TV gets brought up 3 times in the Wonder Plan. Very ironic. Like, if you said to me, what are the chances that the TV's getting fixed on the day that this happens, and that's her alibi, and you pick a TV and talk to me? If you were a betting person, what would you say? Not even 1 in 100. You know, if you said, by having Wendi show up at the crime scene, it means I had to have known about it, and that's why Wendi knew about it. That's why she was showing up. People don't do.
We're heading back into Wendi blame zone now.
Just randomly show up at their ex's house for no apparent reason, to drive by at the same time that they're getting killed, an hour after, and check to see if it was done. Yeah. I mean, did she drive that route? Yeah. Was she going to turn on that street? Yeah.
Yeah, she did.
What brought her to that place and time? Like,
Crazy. I mean, it's crazy. It's what you said to me the other day. It's like a movie crazy. Like, wait a minute. These things can happen. These coincidences. It's just a crazy coincidence, but it happens.
but what brought her to that place and time at that time on that day? Not an hour before, an hour after.
Yeah.
Like, it would have had to be, like, not 5 hours later, not 30 minutes before, but an hour later.
I know.
I mean, dude, I had the 911 operators and come in for jury duty on the case. And we said, listen, the judge, listen, there's going to be, we think it's a conflict because there's going to be some critique of how the 911 operator, they wanted her off the jury, right? So we're like, you know, there's going to be some critique of how the 911 operator might have handled that call. We don't think his aunt should be on the jury is listening to attorneys critique her nephew on how he was doing his job that day. She's supposed to be fair and impartial on the jury. They asked her, do you think you can be fair and impartial? What she said? Absolutely.
No.
I mean,
I've told that to people. When it comes an attorney, and he says, no way you can get somebody on the jury like that. You have to go. You have to go. He said, and it shouldn't be up to the defense to have to use one of the clauses. That's an obvious they have to go. Because the judge can get involved in that.
Oh, no, she should be struck for cause.
The rules are the rules, Donna, and it's the same for every trial you've ever heard of, you know? It's arbitrary.
She was very adamant that she can follow the rule of law. I don't think her nephew was listed as a witness in the case. He may not have been listed. So he wasn't listed as a witness in the case. She can follow the judge's instructions, the rule of law. That's not going to affect how she handles the case. She's going to be hearing her nephew handle a 911 operator call from Geiger. Guess what? Judge allowed her to stay on.
They allowed her to stay on.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I didn't know she was on.
She was allowed to stay on. The way it works is this. First they bring 152 people individually who are questioning in the back room. In the back room with me, Dan, Jeff Dubin, one of his assistants, the judge, both prosecutors, and 2 sheriff's officers, and a court reporter. And then it's the press. So one person from the press can come in at this time and sit there, and that's how they got that photo of me sitting there in a gray suit. So they said to her, can you set those feelings aside that you have, even if there's critique of the 911 operator caller, and handle your duties as a juror? And she said, I absolutely can. He said, okay, we'll keep her. So then she gets put out into the audience, right? And then they keep 60 people for Wednesday.
Right.
So on Wednesday, there were 60 people. And they call up jurors 1 to 21 in seats. They start asking all them questions. The ones that answer wrongly, we eventually ask to get up and leave. You know, you're excused, you're excused, you're excused. Then those seats that are empty, they get filled with the next row of jurors, get put in there. And they get more questions and questions and questions. Then once you have a panel of 21 up there in a row, and everybody's labeled like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, there's a number of system.
Yeah.
21 seats. Then you can, once they have them, then you can start striking. Then you go into the back room, and let's say you sat like 40 potential jurors, right? On a sheet of paper, 42 that have been questioned. And then some of the ones that are questioned, you know, let's say 10 are struck for cause. 42, and let's say seven are struck for cause, and it brings you down to 30, right? And then out of the 30, each person gets to eliminate 10, just to order from 1 on. So you basically went from 42 to probably 35, and then each got to kick off 10 out of the 35, and that's how you ended up with 15. So you realize that you started with 152. Out of 152, you got it down to 60. Out of the 60, you got it down to 42. And then out of the 42, you start asking questions. And, like, people only are allowed to stay on as long as they say, like, they can be a fair and impartial juror and follow the rule of law. Yeah. Then, after 42, let's say there's, like, the guy from the Yankees that, you know, I don't think I can judge the case fairly. He just finally said it because he needed to let go. So he got let go. And the guy sitting next to him, who was the GM of a local restaurant chain, and he didn't want that restaurant chain to have any affiliation with him in this case. Yeah. Guy's a fucking manager of 4 or 5 restaurants. He doesn't want to be associated with the case. Not the Yankees guy, but the fucking manager of the restaurant.
Oh.
So, like, you got Josh Newman, who did a fantastic job interviewing people, fantastic job asking them personal questions about themselves, really trying to find out how these people think, what kind of jobs they've had, where they've worked in the past, how they look at different situations. You know, he asked the panel, like, you know, is it odd if somebody keeps a large sum of cash in their house? Like, do you think do you find it suspicious? Like, or do you have a problem with that? Or what does it make you think? And one lady was like they asked her, like, what's a large sum of cash? One lady's like, well, I think if someone has like $3,000 in cash in their house, that's very odd. Like, that's an awful lot of money. And then one lady who was a black lady, whose husband or her father, she said her father was a roofer. He was in the roofing business. Mm-hmm. And she said she remembers he had a top drawer in their house that had like $100,000 to $200,000 in cash in her parents' house, or maybe he was in the construction business. And she said he had $100,000, $200,000, $250,000. She said her parents liked to keep cash, and he was in the business, and he kept his cash at home. And, like, he wasn't involved in anything illegal, but he had, like, $200,000 in cash in the family's house. And she said he passed away, but, like, she wasn't looking to get robbed. And she said, no, her dad passed away years ago. And he did that.
So
and then the other guy said,
she was taken or she was struck?
I don't remember. I don't remember. Like, she was in the second row. I remember that.
Yeah.
But she just said, you know, he was in the roofing business or construction, and he had large sums. And another guy said, well, it depends how much money you have. But if you make $30,000 a year and you have $10,000 at home in cash, that's very odd. If you make $2 million a year and you have $100,000 in your house, then that's not that odd. It's all relative to how much money is passing through you. You know, you make $200,000 a year and you got $200,000 in cash, that's very odd. If you make $2 million and have $200,000, then it's not very odd.
Right.
Which is like a logical answer. It depends how much you're making. But
of course,
You know, like, okay, so the lady whose son was a 911 operator, they were like, had to use an X on her. So, like, I've got Josh Dubin there to really dive into these people's psychological profiles and to get a feel for who we're dealing with. This guy spent 4 years of his life in Tallahassee. You couldn't make that up.
Yeah.
I mean, first of all, the guy has an unbelievable resume as far as, like, who looks to work with him. The biggest people in the world.
Oh, I know. I know.
Like, he is the top.
One of the biggest high-profile cases. I know. Oh yeah, he's number one. I've read about it.
He's number one that you're going to use. Okay, what is the probability that somebody would be number one in that? I mean, first of all, there's a lot of lawyers and there's a lot of people wishing they could beat him. But he's at the top of his game. He's 48 years old. So guy's been in business for over 20 years. Not too young, not too old. You're in the prime of your career. You're number one in your game in the country. And you went to Florida State, Tallahassee, for college. And you're from South Florida. So if there's anybody who would understand the Jewish kid from South Florida who made it,
Yeah.
in Tallahassee, being that he spent 4 years of his life in Tallahassee, if there's anyone who would understand Tallahassee jurors, it's that guy.
I mean, what are the chances? What are the chances that
it's not like how Florida State's like some unbelievable school where it's like, oh, he went to Yale. Like, that's kind of what I would expect. He's a top dog. Like, his brain went to Yale. You know, he's really good friends with Stephen Bissell, Alan Bissell's son.
Oh, really?
His whole family. Yeah. Oh, he's from Florida. Florida Plantation.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. Oh, yeah, he's a local guy. He was roommates in college with Ronnie Caponera. Ronnie Caponera was on the wrestling team. Best friends with Evan Brown growing up. So in middle school, high school, I hung out with him all the time. He was Dubin's roommate at college. When he was sitting with me, he goes, you know Ronnie Caponera? I go, yeah, of course, Ronnie, the wrestler. He's like, yeah. He didn't tell me then, but when we were in court, I go, how do you know Ronnie? He goes, I was his roommate in college. I'm like, oh, my God. He's like, yeah, I told him that I was representing you. He said, tell him I said hi. But, like,
they say small world, sometimes it's, like, ridiculous how coincidence,
you're
right?
Jewish from South Florida. We know the same. Me and him know a whole bunch of the same people. You know all these Tarragona people I graduated with that went to Florida State. You know, I mean,
it's just a little older than you, this one. Wow.
Yeah, it's like Peter Patterson. Peter Patterson. And he's the top of his game, goes to Tallahassee. And we're sitting there. It's like, yeah, the 911 operator's hand is on our jury. I guess you gotta use an X there. That's great. Like, it wasn't picking normal people who you could, like, see what they know about the case or know about them. I mean, it's people who have, you know, nothing but a negative perception of you.
Right.
Nothing but starting so far in the negative. And you throw these coincidences in. Listen, coincidences, people give you the benefit of the doubt.
Christina, the line is, the blonde was Wendi. Do you want the blonde or the blog? Because the question is, oh, you corrected yourself. Okay, no need for me to tell you what to do. Do you want the blog? The blog was Wendi or the blonde was Wendi? We can set that up for you. We could probably have that out by tomorrow. In a range of colors.
If they like you. If they hate you, they're not giving you the benefit of the doubt. That's a fact right there. I mean, I just thought that. But doesn't that sound true? Like, if somebody doesn't like you, they're not giving you the benefit of the doubt for anything.
Yep, it's not one benefit. It's a lot of doubts, and it's your life. It was not like, all right, I'm going to put him away for 3 years. He's selling drugs. It's not like that.
This was like, if you feel like the Dolphins are you know what if you think he's guilty, the way she summed it up, it's like, yeah, I think he's guilty. Okay, well, not. Is there another possible explanation? Oh, no, he sent her kissy face. You're the best. Okay, well, I've sent the same message to Danny, who's working on the fucking roof in the AC. You know, I don't really put that much thought into my emojis and 3 or 4 words of thanking someone. Thank you for that. I'm so lucky to have you. Great job. Like, whatever. Like, that had a context. You know, or a little sarcasm, that they go ahead and take the sarcasm and go, oh, no, there's no such thing as sarcasm. You're just, you're buying presents for it. No, never bought the guy a present in my fucking life. He's buying presents for his store. No. I hear promise. I gave Kate something from Bud that she asked me 4 weeks earlier. And then as I was doing it, I gave it to her. I thought, you know what? Instead of I think I'm hooking up with her and I'm giving her this, so maybe just better off saying it's spaghetti. It would be all right. Like, I was joking around, half serious, joking around. Like,
of course.
I didn't want the
and
guy
you can tell that. You can tell.
Like, there was no, like, oh my God, you think he's going to enjoy it. I was being so sarcastic. I'm like, I didn't know what to get a married man with kids. Like, just talking stupid on the phone, not thinking that that's now going to be taken and twisted, like, you're going to take it literally. It was the same bag that she had asked me for that's on the wire weeks earlier for her. She said, can you get me some Bud from Bud?
Yeah.
That's her exact words. And so it was, can you get me? So I finally gave it to her. I kept trying to meet up with her. I couldn't. She was avoiding me. Like, holy shit. It wasn't even close to being a fair chance.
Yeah.
I'm like numb and I'm cold.
Yeah, you're angry, all of that, I know.
It's like, what are the 4 stages? It's shock, it's anger, it's disbelief, and then eventually you get over it, right? Is that like the 4 stages, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, Dad and I are like you. We keep looking at each other, but it didn't really happen. Oh.
I just, make sure that keeps taking man and like get a fucking heart attack. It's the last thing I need to hear here. But if anything happens like that, I'm like,
I missed like the last 30 seconds. I mean, I know Dad was.
Take Xanax, relax. I don't want blood pressure.
No. I know.
He's a lot better once he takes his Xanax, right?
Yeah, well, I actually was on the portal, the doctor's portal this morning, ordering some medication. So probably later today or tomorrow, things will be ready, and I'll be able to get some more. So that's one of the things I was doing. But
I thought when Janet said to me, I want to take one of the I'm taking one of the TVs. I thought she was kidding. I'm like,
oh, please, so ridiculous. So I was glad she said she would take the dog, but and obviously not looking to kick her out. But
I don't remember hearing that before. You know, I was on the portal, the doctor's portal this morning, so I'll be able to get more medication. Yeah. We'll be able to get what we need. I mean, if anyone can fucking explain the difference to me between that and a fucking smackhead junkie clucking for his dealer to get back, who's always gonna be late, you know, it's exactly the same. All those people getting in trouble with the law for Xanax bars all across the country every single day, hundreds of arrests, probably thousands of arrests. I don't know, you know, a lot, right? But if you're on the doctor's portal, it's all good. It's all good.
She needs to actually start looking for something. That's all. I'm not telling her tomorrow, you know, but just she needs to start looking around because when she finds.
what I said to her was, I don't know what my parents are planning on doing, but I can tell you that it's either going to be rented or sold. I said, I'm not telling you you need to get up next week.
Right.
But I'm sure, it's going to go in that direction because, Janice, I ain't coming home.
Right. Right, you told her, so let me give her a little space. Let me give her like 2 weeks, and then I'll tell her, because I have to make other arrangements. That's not high up.
Oh, you could, I told her there's a million other things that are taken care of now.
Yeah.
I mean, if you keep that house clean enough, you can show the house with her in it.
Oh, yeah. No,
Tell it, honestly, I'm not looking to kick her out, to list it, and then, like kick her out and then list it, and have it sit for 6 months vacant while she could have been living there. Like, I don't want to do that to her.
no.
But if you keep it clean enough, you can show it with her in it.
What do you think time-wise is reasonable? Because I'm obviously not listing anything yet, but 3 weeks, 4 weeks, should be looking. No, not necessarily to rent it, but to Charlie to get it ready for renting or selling. There's a lot of stuff that has to be cleaned out. The second bedroom you can't walk into it. The one to the right, you can't walk in there because she has tons. She brought it all down from when her parents moved, I guess.
Right.
And she had to clear out. So there's racks. There's racks and racks of clothes and shoes. It blocks the whole room. You can't walk in there. So it has to be cleaned out and freshened up so that,
She can move from storage unit. If she gets the house presentable for showing, I'm fine with her staying there until it's rented or sold. If she can't have it presentable for showing, then she needs to vacate.
Okay.
By presentable for showing, he means remove all of my sex toys and get that fucking sex swing out of here, that weird, pervy leather hammock. Get the leather hammock out. We need to show this house. And take those wrist restraints off the wall.
So give her a little time.
She has to get a new storage unit for $300. It's better for her to get a new storage all her stuff.
Yeah, that makes sense. Just to make it, because if the realtor comes in there, he's going to say, you should show this. So, yeah, we'll straighten it out. We'll get to that. That's a few weeks in. Got to go wait.
I've been there, Mom, for so long, the house became like me. Like, that house became like a piece of me. Like, I wasn't ever going to leave. I was never going to sell that house. I was always going to keep it. That was my home. Like, I literally, like...
Charlie, I know.
Doesn't seem real. Like, this doesn't fucking click.
No, reality has not set in. Not set in because it's 48 hours and you're not... and you're in the stupid cell and you haven't even gotten out. Not even.
Hey, what is this? Oh, yeah, man. Thanks. Alright. Now, Mom, like, it doesn't seem real. I'm still less than 48 hours, but I came back from the jail. Like, as soon as I got done upstairs, they put me in a holding cell downstairs. They walked me off to the van. They put me in a separate area on the van. People were talking to me through the visor. They couldn't see me. It was all metal. They were like, Adelson's on here. They're asking me on the case. That would be easy. And then it took me off, and they actually had my clothes, my jailhouse uniform. And then they immediately took me to clean out my cell, and they put me in this cell for observation. And I've been here since Monday. And this, like, I'm sure
Dan said originally, because when I spoke to him, he was done. I said, it's going to be 48 hours. Could be another day. I said, oh, Dan, please. So that's what he wrote back just now, and that's what I can do.
So So it's been
it's not like he has control there.
on Monday, but it's like, you got this mirror, this steel door with mirror with glass, safety glass, but that mirror is still on it. So you can't see out of it. Someone could be standing on the other side of the glass looking at you. You wouldn't know if they were standing right outside the door. So yeah. So they came back. And they said, "Fucking, we're not going to look at any of the evidence." So I mean, when I saw what Kaplan did for the last 2 hours, I got sick. Because I said to myself, if you're not following what you should be following, and then when she was giving the instructions, it was like, and then whatever Dan did, she like poo-pooed. It was like, this is not puzzle pieces. This is a mountain. Y'all, this is a mountain. And she was using everything that Wendi had ever written or said, everything that you had written, and they're tying that all in with my case. Like, what is Wendy's fucking book have anything to do with me and my trial?
Nothing.
Well, it supports Wendy's intention to relocate, which was produced as the primary motive for the murder. So it was part of the story,
Yeah.
But when you tell people like what she wrote, and when you read the 2 lines out of a book, it sounds like she was making it, like she was hating on Tallahassee. And but when you just got up here and told you how much she liked the place. The little place on the way to a place, this was just a little stop on it. The wording couldn't have been worse. It said in the book, a little stop on the way to civilization.
Just like what you said, you say things. You don't analyze. I'm going to write this. I'm going to say this. I wonder how that will. No, you don't do that.
Well, she probably wrote it in 2008, and now they can sit there and say, look, she was what a good author does. She was foreshadowing. I mean, this wasn't, when he said this was an imaginary character, an imaginary character who's husband's a professor in North Florida State with 2 kids, in a town that sounds just like Tallahassee, with the Panhandle, the way to stop along the way to civilization. It was the proof. Like, she's even writing it for these guys. Like, holy shit. Everything Dan did, everything that we had answers for, everything that we could explain. You can't explain coincidences. I mean, I wish you used another object that it was just said they asked for $5,000. Why you said the TV is $5,000? She was just being careful, whatever. Has nothing to do with TVs. It must be something with TV repairman, TV Joe, TV code. Obviously, it keeps coming up. Don't tell us we're stupid. Like, it became like that with the coincidences. The coincidences were it was like meant to be solved. Like, when he just happened to show up at the house an hour later, drive up. Waiting on their source. When I first heard that it was like, and everything that caught it in the first trial, it was like after it was like, okay, like, when I said, Wendy was over here, there, like, why would she keep over there? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. It makes it look guilty. And then I found out that she really was in that car. Because when I first heard it, I thought, oh my God, this guy's full of shit. When did he drive that next to be her, like, pull away fastly, speed away? Like, she doesn't, she's right there. That's crazy. The guy doesn't know what he's talking about. And then someone told me, no, she really was.
Okay.
And I was like, when I heard that, they're like, you're like, they think she's involved because she was there.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, why would she be there? What's in it?
That's because then they said to her, you saw that. Why didn't you call the preschool to see how the children were? Why didn't you how Danny, well, why would she think there's a problem? She thought it was a tree down. They just closed off a whole bunch of the street. She really didn't think there was anything. If she thought that her children were in danger, she would have called the preschool. You know?
They said all the fire rescue was gone, the paramedics were gone, the road was blocked, and it had yellow tape. Well,
Yeah, that was it.
Well, that would make perfect sense.
Yeah, apart from the patrol officer that was stationed at the fucking checkpoint that testified he saw her speed away and act differently to every other single motorist that came, and that he had already been told the description of the wife's car. What was it? Like a Honda Odyssey or something. Yeah, apart from that. But apparently, I mean, that was in his trial that this was mentioned. It's like, Charlie, you're saying all the, like, there was just this police do not cross with some tree surgeons in the background. No, there was a load of cars. And one stationed right at the checkpoint, or whatever you call it.
But Jesus Christ, I mean, it's not like she showed up 6 hours later.
Welcome back, Anne. How you doing?
It's not like she showed up an hour before, an hour after she shows up. Because, as Kappelman said, she couldn't help herself.
Yeah, she couldn't.
That, you know when they say the most obvious answer, the simplest answer, is the real answer? It's not. I mean, what's the most obvious answer for Wendi leaving her alibi and then showing up there? What's the only answer you can have? And as soon as she leaves her house, she doesn't show up on the street.
It's just so stupid. It's ridiculous. It's so stupid.
But here's the thing. What's the most obvious answer?
I just wanted to see if it was done. I
She
mean,
couldn't help herself.
couldn't help it.
She wanted to see if it was done.
Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think she's doing showing up there at hour day? I mean, every time you tell someone it's a coincidence, what you're really doing is telling them not to.
Don't believe this.
Don't believe what looks to be true. It's just a coincidence. Like, you know, when facts line up, sometimes the facts line up because it's what happened.
Right.
Other times the facts line up because it's a coincidence.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of times facts line up because this really happened. And then people go and they say, man, that's just a coincidence. Like, sometimes.
Coincidence, which is really what they were. And all the explaining doesn't help. All the explaining.
You start with it. Yeah. I mean, you start, yeah, was it a coincidence that, like, she wrote that in her fucking book? Yeah. I mean, there's fucking modeled after her, and she was just pretty much saying, like, she just saw Tallahassee as never a permanent stop. She didn't really need to say, like, on the way to civilization, to make it seem like this place ain't civilized. She's above, I'm better than this place. And when someone says this is not civilized, you're saying, like, this is not up to my standards. It's what Catherine wants to show. Wendi was unhappy, her mom was unhappy, she and Charlie was unhappy. It doesn't affect my life one bit, not one drop. I haven't lived in the same town as Wendi since 1995. When she lived in Miami with Danny, I didn't even remember her having lived in Miami. I have to be reminded. I probably saw her twice.
Yeah, I know.
When I lived down there, I was so busy working, whatever. I would have been on some holiday when they come over your house. Probably saw two or 3 times. It's unfathomable. Like, what I saw in trial, what it turned into on that one day, it was like the hair got sucked out of the room. It was, I can't even describe it. It was like, what went from being like I literally came in that day, knowing Dan is the fucking closer,
Yeah.
and we're going to close the thing out because we're, I felt like we were going into the final inning of the lead, and you got the best reliever pitcher coming in on the mound. Like, he's not going to
Nope.
switch this up because he's in his sleep.
There was too much evidence to review that it could possibly be done that day. We knew it had to be at least one more day or at least 2 more days. And then they're walking back in.
They had lunch, and I thought they weren't even writing when he was telling them to look this, and this up.
No,
It was.
they looked up nothing. No, they looked up nothing. They did nothing.
What they did, they put the autopsy photos up for 8-10 minutes each time. It felt like left the photos up on the screen while she's talking twice. I mean, they weren't evidence, so they're allowed to bring it up. So in closing, they bring up listen, we calling my parents' phone number. You were only there for 3 months in 2014.
Yeah, I
3
know.
months were there. So, but they put up a chart showing
I know.
14.
That's what I didn't understand. I mean, it was January, February, and half of March.
Yeah, I said, so I called that number a handful of times. They were only there 75 days, not 14, 15, 16. The house was sold in 15.
Right.
They had already been gone a year when the time that it had been sold. So what are we, you're showing up a chart. I'm calling from my cell phone. I'm not calling from a work phone. I'm not calling a phone to call. I'm not having them get a phone, a separate phone. I'm calling my parents' landline. They made a demonstrable. They thought it was important.
Yeah.
I mentioned will fly. The FBI finished with these landlines because they have to believe that they're more secure. No. You use a landline and the reception is bad on your cell phone. That's number one reason I use it. The only time I said on all the wires I wanted privacy was when, after the arrest, Mike told me, don't talk to Katie, don't talk to anybody about this case.
Right.
Cannot do that whatsoever. So when Eric calls me up and starts talking about Katie, I go, what, I remember Mike said the phone was tapped because so don't talk. So I said, Eric, let me call you on your cell phone. I'm going to call you from the landline. That's the one time I really did it. I didn't want to be listened to. I didn't know what Eric, honestly, I didn't know what Eric was even going to say or ask. Or that was crazy. That was the one and only time. And I clearly in that case, I said, I'm going to call you on a different number. I never said to Katie, hey, give me a different number to call you on. I'm going to call you from a different number. I'm looking to hide. There was no, these people, the juror number 15 totally understood what was needed to bring back a guilty verdict. But beyond a reasonable doubt means no other possible way you can explain this. Not paid, but I generally think that I can't say the word coincidence 3 times in a case to buy it.
Very much.
Jury has spoken.
I need to, I'm going to listen to that. As soon as I finish some of this other stuff, I'm going to listen to that excerpt because I wanted to hear her exact words. I want to have those words.
And I'm sure she didn't screw it up. She's not screwing anything up to make it an appealable case. She's not going to make any. She's not going to leave that window open. Not on this case. People screw up cases all the time. This was her simple to go. This was her big case. Like she did, but the way it sounded. I mean, I know her words were careful, but the way she was presenting it and the way it was coming across was like, use your common sense, guys. Come on.
It was totally folksy. I know what it was.
It was folksy. It was like, I was hoping that Dan would. I thought he was going to say this: is that you have to be so sure. Because he once said, like, this is something that he says in closing, where he goes, you have to be so sure that you know what happened that you would be willing to.
If he'd have said that, Charlie, Judge Everett would have immediately corrected that to the jury.
Your own life, because you're not.
Georgia would have objected, to Rashbaum misstating the law, the judge would have instructed the jury to disregard Rashbaum's statement.
Take somebody else's life. But you know what's crazy too is like when I'm sitting here, when I've been here for the last year and a half, like in my head, I picture myself coming off and walking through the door and walking into my backyard and like seeing my dog and being home. Like that place became me. Like that was like my stamp on that place. It wasn't just a fucking piece of property I owned.
No, I know that.
I mean, it literally was like me. Like I was a homebody. Like I loved being there. I loved the outside. I loved every fucking part of it.
I know what you love.
I don't go off for this. Easier said than done. Like it's too good at too many things. Like I literally had a really good sharp memory of certain things that like ingrained in my head. I mean,
I don't know what to say, mate. I don't know what to say.
Holy shit. You have that picture of the dog bowl with me rolling and Enzo?
A picture of what?
Yeah, that picture I have of me rolling and Enzo above the dog bowl.
Yeah.
It's still hanging out, right?
Yeah, I believe so. I haven't been in yet. You want that picture?
I don't want to see it. I got that. I had it. The black shorts, blue shorts. It was like, literally like, you know, that is me. Like, that is everything that I was about. Like, that is everything that makes me happy.
I didn't want much. I really didn't want much.
Just want to hang out with my son, hang out with my dog. Like, that's it. Did ever mess with anyone? Like that.
Throw in a couple of Asian teenagers and we're good to go.
That is what I want to do about that. Well, it's like I'm fucking dead. I mean, it's feeling worse because I'm alive, but I'm dead. I mean, there was no fucking way that trial would be won in Tallahassee. I said to Dan, I said, you can do that case 100 times up here. And he looked at me, and he thought that the case was not going to be won up here. And he looked at me, and he goes, how was that shit?
No.
But
he blamed himself more had he picked the jury, but he didn't. He did that the right way also. He did everything the right way.
Like, well, maybe if it was brought the very best out. We fucking brought the best out. Yeah, we both looked at the 911 operation. We can't have her. We looked at the lieutenant from the fire department, who also was a Miami-Dade cop and an arsonist investigator, and told us he had a program. Every case he ever investigated, he never went to court because his cases were so solid, and he was like G.I. Joe of law enforcement. He sure something down there. That's two. Okay, we just lost two exes for no other reason other than, of course, these people, they all knew about the case. Everyone knew about the case. And Danny said, he goes, I just question the ones that we have that got on because they said they knew nothing. They tell the truth. There's no mistaking the fucking hoopla was in the courthouse because of the case that was going on that day. I mean, well, I had the mayor of Tallahassee come out to be a juror.
Oh, I know.
We sat with the jury pool for all day. He came in the second to last one. It was a fucking joke. This is a fucking joke. You know, for no other explanation. This was total mean, there was no way. You know, if someone told me that you were not going to get a fair trial, you don't stand a chance. You know what? They were fucking right. Whoever told me that was absolutely right. That I should have been. I should have looked at things a little bit differently. You agree with me now?
I agree with you now.
You know, what did I have in my ear? No, everything's going to be fine. You're going to get a fair trial. No reason. I'm like, oh, innocent. There's no reason to go do anything. I'll take it to trial and I'll win. 12-0. One fucking person. Not one person even wanted to, like, really go over tapes and listen to stuff. I mean, they didn't listen to both tapes of Dolce Vita because it would have taken them an hour and a half. Isn't that?
Mm-hmm.
There was nothing to review. Capital made a TV show for them, and I think the Chiefs are better than the Dolphins. All right, y'all, you know what you need to do. Y'all think the guilty, vote guilty.
Does anyone want a Chiefs and Dolphins coffee mug or something? The Chiefs are better than the Dolphins. Oh my god. I wonder what the word count is for how many times he said that on these calls. I mean, it's a big number. It's a big number. Why doesn't he pick another team?
Not really. I mean, for a murder case, you know, unreasonable doubt, can't see a fucking pie chart showing me calling my parents' landline on the whole phone number on the first trip and the second trip. I called my parents' landline because they were home.
Right.
There's nothing you're hiding by calling from my cell phone to their landline that they've had since 1979. By the way, did you have that number in the first house too? Did you just transfer it, or was that the one you got?
Yeah, no, that's the first number, and they at that time they let us move it to the new house. You know, so that's
So
our number.
they moved in the first house in what? 70,
Yeah.
76?
Never had a different number. Yeah, 76. Yeah, 76. God, I don't even remember anymore. My mind is pretty shot, to be honest with you. But a long time, and I never changed. We never changed the number. You guys had, I had that number forever, and you guys had the 753 added the kids line. You had that added when you guys get older and you needed your own phone. Otherwise, it was that was the extra phone.
You moved into the new house when Wendi was like 8 months old, right?
He was a baby, yeah. Yeah. No, 79. We moved in 70. We moved in the new house in 79. That's right.
So you lived in the house before that since when?
We lived in the other house 2 years, 2 or 3 years.
So like 76.
Yeah. It even have been before that. It's been a year or so before. I know when we bought the property, maybe in 74, and we built the house. I don't know. Back then, I don't know.
Oh, I
Too long
built
ago
that
to
first
remember.
house you had?
Yeah, the first house, the Dan Markel house, and what do you call it? In Broken Woods Estates.
Yeah, I didn't actually build that. I thought you just bought that house.
Oh no, we didn't. No, that house we bought from this builder who had built it for himself as a home. The second house here, we built, and we were waiting for the construction to be finished. Yeah.
So it's like
Wendi was the baby.
Yeah. So you have the same.
Is that what the builder told you, Donna? Yeah, you can imagine the sales pitch now. Yeah, I built this house for myself to use, so it's really high spec. Because I did it for myself, I spared no expense on fixtures and fittings. And I really made sure that there wasn't going to be any problem with damp or other things. Electrical, all the electrical is done to top spec. Okay. but I'm going to sell it to you. Yeah.
Numbers since 1970.
You see, this is my point. Greedy, selfish, fucking people like the Adelsons. It's surprising, isn't it, that in many ways they are the easiest marks around, right? A dishonest person loves getting a sweet deal better than anybody else. And if you know that about someone, you can exploit the fuck out of it. You can't con an honest man, right? Why is that? Why is that? Because greedy people love to be ahead of others. And it's the nicest way to do it too. As Dan Rashbaum and Josh Dubin, found out in a kind of different way, but this builder that sold them the house, come on. Yeah, we bought, and she's still saying it with pride, isn't it? We got a great deal because he built it. He was a professional builder, and he built the house for himself to the highest standard because it was for him. But then he sold it to us. Yeah, I wonder how many times that builder's used that line, huh? I built this house. I would love to try and sell something to the Adelsons. That would be so much fun.
It's registered to you that I'm calling from the same number I've had since 1996, registered to me. And they're saying they're creating a pie chart that has to show what? That you didn't want to use your cell phone, you wanted me to call you on my landline, on your landline? Well, I'm still talking on my cell phone. What are we avoiding? What on God's green earth could we be avoiding? Not that. They can now put a pie chart and show 99.8% of the time I don't know that number, except during the first and second trip. It does say something that is 99.8%, don't you think? It just happened to be when I called the phone. There's nothing hiding. That means you're in your house. That's all. Wherever what was that? What was that proof?
What? I couldn't hear you.
I said, what was that proof?
Yeah, what does that prove? Doesn't prove anything. Nothing
proves.
There's no proof.
It shows
no
two trips. I mean, when Jeff LaCasse, the only 2 times he left town that whole summer were the 2 trips that these guys went on.
Yeah.
That's weird. He really only took 2 trips that summer by himself to leave town, and they were both over the same time these guys came up.
I'll tell you what was weird. He testified that we met him 7 or 8 times. Is that what he said? Something like that?
Yeah.
You know how many times I met him? Once.
Yeah.
Came to pick up Wendi. I was in with the boys watching them, and Dad spoke to him at the door for a couple of minutes. That was it. That was our one meeting. 7 or 8 times? You really know the Adelson family well. No.
Yeah.
Oh, one time. One time. What you like to is truth.
No. Listen, he thought that he was getting framed for this.
Right.
He thought for sure that he had just, because Wendi was asking him what day are you leaving, so and then he kind of throw in there, she wanted to know the route that I was taking, what day are you leaving.
Right. Oh, yeah, that's what she was asking.
She wanted to make sure he was leaving on a Friday, so and we got to rent a similar car. It looked like he did.
Yeah.
I mean, he's literally making her out to be the mastermind.
I honestly didn't even know. I thought I knew almost everything. I didn't even know until the trial that it wasn't Wendi who even mentioned his name. It was her friend that went into the police station with her. This girl, Jane McPherson.
Yeah, Donna. Yeah, but who prompted that? Jane, who could have done this? And are they going to come after my kids? Or me? Who's next? Is Jeff this much of a lunatic? Right after what, Wendi? Right after you got back from Gainesville, where you made and manipulated Jeff to have a slightly difficult conversation with you? That you then inflated the fuck out of to the point where you had to go on a long walk just before the murder with your confidant, Jane, who you were preparing to have brought into your interrogation while that was going on? And you had prepped to have that Jeff LACASSE name and ready in the context of someone who is unhinged. And when she didn't say it, you couldn't help yourself, did you? You know. Jane, who could have done this? And are they going to come after me? No, are they going to come after my kids? Or me? Who's next? Is Jeff this much of a lunatic? You know, it's almost like she's conducting an orchestra sometimes, right? But, you know, the important thing to remember is that she's not. She's just, you know, where Wendy's skill is choosing people that are susceptible to her influence. They're selected. She couldn't do that with anybody. She couldn't do it with me. She can do it with Jane. She did it with Jane. And now Donna's like, oh, it wasn't even Wendi that brought up Jeff's name. It was her friend who came into the interrogation room. Yeah, okay. We got you.
She did it, not Wendi. I didn't know that.
But that's not how it came across. So Wendi went to her, and then she went ahead and said it. So they put it together. Like, Jesus Christ. I honestly, I guess for the last year and a half, I could picture myself coming home. And my whole time here, remember I used to always say, like, trust me, as long as I get out of here, I'll be fine.
I've heard that 100 times, and I said, that's good, just be strong, get through this trial, and come home.
And I just...
Really?
I closed my eyes and pictured good day coming home to my house. It was the one thing I always said, I want to sit in my backyard with my dog and relax. So, all I wanted to do. Oh my God.
Oh, that would have been amazing, wouldn't it? Imagine that. He's set free, unshackled. Dan Rashbaum's there to pick him up and drive him home. They're going to stop for a nice steak on the way back, or maybe Skyline Chili. Stop off at Skyline Chili. And then he gets back to Whale Harbor. Comes in the door, sets down his bag. Bubbles is there to barrel rush him and knock him to the ground, licking his face like a mad dog. Fucking Janice has got all the sex toys ready. And the bar. And then he sits out in the garden of that Whale Harbor house and just looks at his stupid fucking fiberglass fake rockery waterfall thing that he's got over his pool. Very tacky. With a nice snort of, I don't know, what do you think Charlie Adelson likes to drink? Hard liquor-wise. Bullet bourbon. Nice bit of bullet bourbon on ice. And just letting it all slip away. All the struggles of the last 18 months, the stress of the trial, it all slips away, and it was just, it's been made a memory, and everyone's good.
Honey, I'm going to go help Dad out a little bit, and I need to get a couple of calls in that are important. So I'm going to go do that, and then just call back in a bit whenever you want. but I must get some of these
Why
things
didn't
done.
you know I was
And
there?
I don't know. I've been out here all this time. I left her there. Let me go walk. Let me go walk inside. Who's there? She's who's here. Now I came out on the balcony so I could speak privately. Okay. I just looked in. I see her. So what's happening? No, what's happening is there's a call she has to make before she can. Call she has to make before she can talk to you. So that's basically what we're waiting for. So I won't be able to. I know I can't. For legal reasons, I can't put her on now. But she wants to talk to you. So we're waiting for the answer on that. So just hang in there, please, and I'll let Dad say goodbye to you. Hold on a second.
Don't leave me yet.
No. Okay. No problem. No problem. Won't. I won't. I can't. It's so unfair. So unfair. So unfair. I just want, at least to just get you out of there. Get you out of there.
I don't want to sit around and see me cry anyway. I'll probably sit in my room.
Donna, they're not going to keep him on suicide watch forever. It's, 2, 3, 4 days, and then he'll be moved somewhere else. I mean, that's it. That's just the name of the game.
Oh, honey. They're not, Charlie. They're not gonna come. This psychologist, or whomever, they're not coming back to evaluate you anymore, right? This is it, and then.
I don't think she already came. I guess she came today, and I told her I came yesterday, and I came today. And I'm like, listen, I'm not suicidal. I'm not going to harm myself, but keeping me here is not good for my, I'm in a solitary confinement evaluation. With cameras and a mirror. I feel like it's a box. I'm in a little box with my blood and shit on the walls and shit on the floor. People are insane down here. They pee on the floor. They sort of big shit and broke. So I don't touch anything in here. So I'm kind of like the only funny story I can tell you from the trial. So there was a point at which I was standing up just to stretch. I was standing up behind my chair, kind of where the balance is. And I looked over, and I see this girl with long curly hair. And she's like okay looking. And then I'm looking at her, and there's this girl sitting next to her who's like smiling at me. She's wearing this blue dress. She's kind of like, I'm like, oh, that girl's pretty cute. She's smiling at me. And I'm thinking, it's probably like some law school students from the school or local.
Maybe.
Like I've heard sometimes with people get high profile cases, they get people that get attracted to them and they become like groupies or something like that. But they're giving me like a really warm smile, like little blonde was like waving hi to me, so I'm looking at them and smiling at them back and then nodding my head. And then Dan comes over to me. He goes, stop looking at your sister because there's a lot of people here. You shouldn't be like saying hi. I go, I go, Dan, I didn't see my sister. Is my sister here? Where is she? He goes, that's actually the one thing that's kind of funny. He goes, you were just smiling and nodding your head at her. I go, oh shit, Dan. He goes, that's her friend Toba, and that's your sister.
It was Morgan. She was sitting right in front of the Markel.
She was sitting to Wendy's left.
Yeah.
Whoever it was.
Yeah,
He goes, Charlie, the girl must lose your sister. I go, oh shit, I had no idea. I thought she was like attracted to me, smiling and like acknowledging me. And
So not only does he not recognize his own sister, he thinks that she's attracted to him. The fuck? How do you explain that?
But smiling back, I'd never seen Wendy's hair like that. I guess it's been so long since I've seen her, I didn't realize that was her.
Even Donna's like, what the
he
fuck?
Like, called me and he's like, stop, because you shouldn't be making contact with anyone in the gallery.
Right, I know.
I called Donna. I thought these girls were saying hi to me. The girl's her sister.
Mm.
I go, oh.
Wow, you never told me
He
that.
thought it was kind of funny. What's that?
I said you never told me that. I haven't heard that before.
Yeah. I didn't know it until after. And I saw them looking at me and like the blonde like gave me a little wave with the hand.
Charlie, stop talking.
So like, yeah, I'm like, man, because he said something about my sister being here. I'm like, where is she? I haven't seen her yet. Because that's what I was just talking to about. Like, you shouldn't be making contact. I go, I wasn't talking. Where's my sister at? That was your sister. Like, oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
And I was only 40 people on. I mean, saw from the defense table to where she was sitting. It couldn't be more than 35, 40 feet. So I was like, I don't know if it's that or funny or both. But that sums everything up.
I'd call it
And
indicative.
Sean sent me a couple pictures. Like he sent me 2 emails. Each one had a picture of the 2 of us. Just posing for a photo of the 2 of us. When I've been out there in the last couple of years, I just can't. I've never been in trouble with anything in my life before.
You know, I just feel like we were all so fooled because everything was going perfectly. It could not have gone better. The quote reviews were unbelievable, and when you testified, that was it. That's when people said, you know what?
Yeah, that was it.
The truth. They had a whole different view of the trial.
He was saying all these people that were following it were saying, like, weighing all this stuff up, like, okay, it's beyond reasonable doubt. That everything was positive. Like, you understand, I lived there for 2 weeks. And then plus the week before and the week before that Haiti was there, going through everything, getting dressed up, going to court, going to jury selection for the 3 days, doing the case with Dan, watching everything go on, watch us like annihilate witness after witness, like literally like Jeff LaCasse looked like the lying fool that he was. Then following him,
switching and turning red and moving, and he looked ridiculous.
And then following him was Ryan Fitzpatrick, who was a lying racist thief, who was posting online pictures of me and seeing who wants to take bets.
What happened when Dan said to him, "Did you post anything?" No. And then he started reading the post. What's this? What'd you say here? Please. I mean, he totally just beat him up and discredited him, but...
He destroyed him on the stand.
Yeah, he did.
Totally destroyed him on the stand. Only for the state to rehabilitate him and look like, hey, these guys were best friends. That's why he said what he said, and now they have been falling out. So, but you know what? At the time, I'm watching it, and I'm like, good. This is showing the jury where the state is bringing witnesses from and what their motives are. Like, every witness had a
That's a smart jury. Yeah, that's a smart jury. You're right. That's what you think.
Right. I saw people, when he was doing that, they were tearing him off. I mean, I would look and say, okay, every witness you're bringing forth has a motive. Every witness has a motive.
They weren't really witnesses to anything. They weren't witnesses to anything.
For the most part, Luis Rivera, I think, was very truthful. So I think he tried to add stuff to the story to get the police more and more. I mean, listen, he didn't get interviewed until 6 months after he was arrested. He was arrested in May. He got interviewed, I guess, the end of September. So May, June, July, August, September. May, June. He had 4 months of talking to family and looking online and talking to them and finding out what's getting fed stuff. So could he have embellished stuff a little bit to give the police more of a story that fits what they wanted. Of course, they already released my probable cause affidavit. He already, who knows what? I've never met the guy before.
No, I
So
know.
who knows what? So it's like, but was he trying to add stuff to flavor it up? Yeah, but he was one of the probably more truthful witnesses.
He was. I know.
Like the key witnesses they bring up are lying to fucking assholes. And I'm sitting there thinking, like, you know what? Like, the state's falling behind. They're falling behind. And Dan says to me, like, go up there and, we did not have a script. There was no script at all, Mom. He said to me, you guys know, you need to be able to answer my questions just the way that you're going to answer her questions.
Right.
You got to be able to answer them both equally. And if I give you a script or I tell you the questions I'm going to ask ahead of time, you're going to be firing them back like that. Right. When you go ahead and then she starts asking.
Doesn't that tell us that Charlie Adelson asked him for a script? I mean, they obviously had a script anyway, but, it's like the fact that he's telling us that Dan Rashbaum said, you can't have a script because you've got to answer my questions the same way you answer Kappelman's questions, otherwise the jury will know, seems to me to be something that you would say in response to Charlie saying, so you're going to give me a script? We're going to have a script, right? All the lies, so I can keep it straight?
Questions, and your responses are real slow and not real good.
It's self-snitching. Shout out to Bruce Rivers. Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer.
It could be very obvious to the jury that it was all set up, that you're set up with questions from me. Because I want you to be able to answer everything, think about everything, and be the same. So there was no script, and I was I was probably less nervous with her than I was with him because his went so long. I was mental fatigue while I was talking. Being up there was stressful. So it was actually, as it dragged on, it got a little harder for me to focus with him. With her, it was less time. It was probably a third of the amount of time it's been.
Yeah.
How long do you think I was up there with her? 2 hours?
2 hours.
So after 2 hours of questioning, I pulled up to her cross-examination. I give logical answers to every single thing that happened.
Yeah.
I go into the weekend. I'm getting all these text messages, screenshots from Maria about how great everything's going, how everybody's actually changing, and everything's great. I give my food away on Sunday. I make a couple calls over the weekend. People I haven't talked to in forever, just feeling good, feeling like, hey, I'm coming out of this. Like I'm actually coming out. And then I walked in, and then she did that with the cut and paste, and she had 2 hours with autopsy photos that she kept putting up for extended periods of time and talking about. And it's not the air anymore. It was like sitting and watching a Dateline special.
Oh my God! You know what it was like? It was like the Chiefs beating the Dolphins, right? Fucking on Dateline. Oh my God! It's just amazing. I feel like we've been going around the same conversation for days, but it's like hours and hours and hours of different conversations, but all with the same bits. I mean, Donna was trying to get off the phone like 10, 15 minutes ago. She said, listen, I'm going to go and help Dad out because I've got to make some calls and it's time sensitive and so on, I mean, clearly about the flight, and she's bored of this conversation, but, Charlie started crying.
It was just going through it again, talking about the book, talking about Wendi showing up, talking about the landlines, talking about all this mound of evidence, kissy face. They dated for 4 or 5 months after. No, I didn't. I broke up with her that week. I can prove it. Like, she's restating facts that aren't facts. And then they go, whatever a prosecutor says during closing.
I can prove it. Charlie, trial is the time for doing that, okay? Are we clear on that? That's where you prove things, okay? Now it's too late. Save it for the appeal, Charlie.
It's not to be taken as evidence. You're supposed to rely on what you hear during the case.
Right.
So I mean, the prosecutor who's very truthful in upholding the law, you should ignore. Just rely on what you heard during the case. No, you're going to get influenced like crazy by what you just watched for 2 hours. And then Dan, whatever Dan said, she just went and poo-pooed it in her next 30 minutes. Look at the mouths. Like, basically, don't be fooled by the saying it's a coincidence. Her book is a coincidence. Her showing up is a coincidence. TV is a coincidence. Yeah, they all fucking are. And she is. I wish, like anything, I got her something different when she moved out of the house. You got no idea. You could have bought any. You could have had me buy any fucking present on planet Earth, but that.
You know, you look back and you think of all these things, but they had no meaning. She just pulled a bunch of strings together and made it look like tied up in a bow. This is it.
Yeah, but listen, the TV joke, the TV joke, the TV repairman, and then the alleged hitman family shows up looking for money, and you start talking about TVs. Like, Brian Watson said to me.
Direct blame to your mother, to her face. Okay. The TV joke, went his appointment with the TV, and then that guy shows up asking for money, and you say TV.
He said that, all that TV talk, because when they crack the code on that, they know exactly what you're talking about. I go, Brian, they're never going to crack the TV code. Because it has nothing in the fucking world to do with the TV. Nothing. But why on earth is the TV getting repaired that day? I'm making a TV joke, and then you're referencing the TV as soon as the hitman shows up. Smells like shit.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking clear. It's
Shit.
pretty fucking clear, Charlie. Those three things, the cluster, the TV cluster. Unbelievable. And he's like, yeah, how can she make something out of that? I was going to get you a hitman, but a TV was cheaper, so I got you this TV. TV repaired on murder morning. Hitman shows up, referencing Dan Markel and asking for $5,000. Donna mentions TV straight away. I mean,
You can't walk away from the word TV, other than just to say it's a coincidence. And you can't walk away.
Yeah, no, it's three
When you
coincidences.
come up with a crime scene. An hour later, other than say
And
it's a
bullet
coincidence.
bourbon.
Like, those two things, if there was any meaning, put it this way, if there was any meaning behind either one, you're guilty. But to have both of those events happen, and then they're both coincidences, like, then two things are a coincidence. Like, how many times are you going to tell me something's a coincidence before you're going to say that you're full of shit? This question. Like, that's basically how she presented it to the jury. And let's put it this way. If there was TV code, and it was TV meant for that, then it would be you're guilty. If it was Wendi showing up because she knew what happened, then it means you're guilty. But it was fucking random events, coincidences. But two big ones, it kills you. Like, I mean, think about it. Wendi either showed up because she knew, or showed up because it was a coincidence. It's one of those two. And this jury wasn't believing that it was a coincidence. I guarantee if you poll each person on the jury, they're going to say she knew. That's why she was there.
Yeah.
She had
Yeah, that's why you got the guilty verdict, Charles. Well done.
She has to know. I mean, it's not even 1 in 1,000. It's not a trip she takes every day on a route to anything. It would only be on a trip. How many times has she driven by that house? Like, and there's 24 hours in a day. So, and she, other than going and picking up and dropping off kids, she's not going to the house to grab anything or pick anything up, or she'd be like, oh, I was going to go pick up my old bicycle or whatever. She was just on the way someplace. She was going out of her way.
Going to a liquor store.
She was going out of her way, on her way to someplace. Did she take the most direct route? Nope. Did she pass?
She lived there, what, 5 years, 6 years, whatever? She knew how to go. That's how
She probably was. But it's like, did she?
I love it when Charlie's getting too close to Wendi fucked our whole plan up. You know, he's just practically saying that, isn't it? But then Donna's like comes back to like scoop it out with a bit of justification, like, well, she lived there for 5 years and that was the route that she knew. She must be just wanting to say to Charlie, like, shut the fuck up, this is being recorded. But you can't say that. If it were me, I'd just hang up the phone.
Take the most direct route from her house to the liquor store? No. Did she pass other liquor stores along the way that would have been way closer? Yeah. Show up an hour afterwards because the cattleman's dead. She just couldn't help herself. I mean, what's the most reasonable explanation? And she couldn't help herself. She knew. And if she knew, then what I said happened couldn't have happened. And it's that simple. And that's literally what they dumbed the case down to. Is if she knew, if we feel she knew, that's why she was there on that time, on that date, then everything else that I said can't be believed. Like, if you follow that logic, cut everything out, make it simple. Like, if you think that she was there because she knew something was going to get done and she couldn't help herself, then everything else that the prosecution says at that point is helpful. Because then it couldn't have happened the way I said it happened. She had to have advanced knowledge. And if she had advanced knowledge, then I had advanced knowledge, and this was the I mean, you can dumb the whole case down to being like, if she was there for what Kappelman said she was there for, then you got to get there. She was either, if she was there for whatever Kappelman said she was there for, and Kappelman said she couldn't help herself, based on that alone, you got to convict. Or do you believe that it was a chance? It was a chase in time. But she was going to a liquor store, passing closer liquor stores, and she probably would have, it was probably a 1 in 10,000 chance that that ever happened.
Yeah, that's what you said.
I mean, think about it. Like, would you agree? Like, you're traveling 6 miles out of your way to take a less direct route at that time on that day. Like, look, I think if you're a juror and you want to oversimplify everything, you could say, what's the probability of that being chance versus she knew and that's why she was headed that way? Probably 1 in 10,000 just being a chance. More than likely, she was going, like Kaplan said, she was going to check it out. Couldn't help herself. Why do you think they made such a big deal about, oh, you didn't call the daycare, you didn't do...
This is so amazing that this is, you know, such a focus for him. And that Donna hasn't stopped this call. I mean, unbelievable.
Do this, you didn't do that. Because if they could make her look like she knew about it, then what I said happened couldn't have happened.
But she never saw anything by the house. She just didn't go down that far. And what they said was a vehicle matching the description. A vehicle, not license plate. You have
no, she was there. Mom, they tracked her cell phone.
Yeah,
her cell phone was.
I know.
That was definitely her.
Oh no,
that was 1,000% her. So 1,000%, if Kappelman's right and she couldn't help herself, you have to convict. And that's basically how they were able to dumb the case down.
They did everything. They absolutely did.
Yeah. They dumbed it down to a couple little things, and then you put in the crazy emails and Wendy's foreshadowing in her book, and you got people you don't like that are shitting on Tallahassee, that think they're smarter than everybody else. They have a lot of money, and she's showing up at the crime scene. If you think that she showed up there because she had advanced knowledge, and I guess beyond a reasonable doubt, you got to convict. I mean, what do you think the chances are of Wendy showing up?
It's more than 1 in 10,000. It's crazy.
It's not. It's got to be more than 1 in 10,000 because of the timing. It's not just the date. If she drove by at 8 in the morning, it would have meant nothing. 10 in the morning, it would have meant nothing. Like, 6.
Well, I think it would.
An hour after, she's checking because she's getting antsy.
Yeah.
Those are the things that when you say,
Checking because she's getting antsy. I hear people speculate about Wendy receiving a call from Charlie or something. No, she didn't know it had been done. That's the point. She didn't know it had been done and was driving past Markel's house, not even to see if he'd been killed there, because there was no order. There was no order that he must be killed at the house. Why do you think they were following him around town? They followed him from his house, around town, to the gym, waited outside for an hour. There was no order to, hey, you've got to kill him at the house. So Wendy going there wasn't to check if there was a bunch of police there. She was probably hoping there wasn't, or not anticipating there to be, and that she would be able to see if his garage was open, or something like that, She didn't know he was there, and she didn't know he was going to be killed there. No one did. There was no order. And I hear people say, oh, well, the hitmen were given the address. Yeah, to find him. They weren't told, you've got to kill him at the house. Kill him where you got the opportunity. If the order's to kill him at the house, wait at the fucking house. You don't follow him around town where you're going to be seen by surveillance cameras as they were in fucking Premiere.
a 1 in 10,000 chance that she shows up on that date at that time. The code actually being a TV was the joke, and TV was getting repaired, and that was her mom setting up the TV. That was all part of it. What are the chances of that? You know? Like, why pick the word TV? There's lots of words in the English language. Like, that's what they dumbed it down to.
Yeah, they did.
They dumbed it down to the chances of you using the word TV and when you're showing up at the crime scene. Like, I'm just in shock. I know. I was going crazy. Yes, I can do that.
What?
It was a fucking joke. Honestly, like, I should have gone with my...
We can't go there.
No, but I knew, dude. Remember one time I went for a walk with you, we can end up in North Carolina, a whole bunch of other stuff was going to happen.
Yeah.
Do you remember when I went for that? It wasn't long. Remember what it was? It was in springtime.
No, I know, honey. I do.
It was at night. It was at nighttime. Remember?
Mm-hmm. I do.
I want to take a walk and get some fresh air. It was a well hard. Let me tell you something. We ended up going to North Carolina. All this other stuff is going to happen.
I remember.
And I said, I'm telling you, this is what's going to happen. Look, it's 6, 7 months.
What's up? At least it's 7 months. Everything will be good. The proof of innocence. I wasn't too far off with that. You remember where we were? We were like halfway down my street. Like, not at the farm store, not by my house, but like...
Charlie, I could picture it. I know exactly where we were. I'm old, but not that bad. I remember exactly.
Not by my house. It was in the middle of the street. It was like halfway between the end of the street and the house.
Yeah.
And I was like, let me tell you something. This is what's going to fucking happen. I promise. Roll me up in North Carolina.
What did I do about it?
It's like, it's just that you're so sure of something, you have such a gut feeling on something, like I said the other night with Senza, that's why the fuck I didn't act on something, so fuck everybody, like, I'm taking care of myself, taking care of my dog, like, I know what I mean, I could have acted on my instinct. My instinct wouldn't be any worse than where I am now, I can tell you that. And I had other people who were smarter than me saying stuff.
I know. No,
You know exactly what
I know what you're saying.
And I'm like, oh, it's doing bad. Gotcha. House and everything.
I walked inside now. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay. Dan. Spoke to Sergeant Whaley. He is going to do what he can to resolve this. All right, that was just now. Just a second. Okay. And I walked in because it was too hot outside, and it said, remember when I said to you earlier, it says...
Dan's probably fucking a hooker in his hotel room, 3 hookers, sending a text, laughing his ass off. Yeah, I spoke to Sergeant Whaley. He says he's going to do what he can. I'll keep pushing.
Yesterday, just an email from yesterday, it said, confirm your order number such and such has been delivered. It was one giant. And this morning at 7:27, it's a different order number. It was another giant. So I guess I made a mistake, but I ordered. So
a giant.
2 of those have been delivered. One yesterday, one today. So I guess wherever you are, you'll eventually be able to get
I ordered a giant.
There are 2.
I've ordered a giant to break you out of jail. He's gonna come and smash through the bars and pick you up like King Kong. I ordered a giant. What the fuck did she say? I ordered a giant. He's the one to sort this out. We tried the Munchkin, Daniel Rashbaum. That didn't work out too well, so we figured we'd try and hire a giant.
Sergeant Whaley, he is going to do what he can to resolve this. All right, that was just now. Just a second. Okay. And I walked in because it was too hot outside, and it said, remember when I said to you earlier, it says, yesterday, this is an email from yesterday, it said, confirm your order number such and such has been delivered. It was one giant. And this morning at 7:27, it's a different order number. It was another giant. So I guess I made it.
2 giants! There's no president in the world that could hold you when we've got 2 giants on the way to bust you out, Charlie. Don't worry, son.
But
2 giants coming up.
2 of those have been delivered. One yesterday, one today. So I guess wherever you are, you'll eventually be able to get it. But there are 2.
Oh, and they came in today.
One came in yesterday. I have the email. One came in yesterday late in the evening, and it says, this one is saying, that says it's delivered. Your loved one has received your gift. And this one says the same thing, but it's 7:27 in the morning, and the order numbers are different. So it's not a repeat of the same order. There's 2 separate ones. So just so you know.
I'm just curious, when did you place that order?
Let's see if I can find the date. I can find the date. I just have to go back. Let's see. Order number. Let me go back to history. Hold on. 161 and 481. Okay, I have to go back onto the website to do it for the trial.
I've ordered a giant.
Not back over here. I can't get it from there. Let me look at some email. Let me try this one. Let me just tell Dan that I told you. Hold on a second. Okay.
Wendy's still there with that?
She's gone and Dad just came upstairs, so you walked her down, Harvey?
Yeah.
I know. I've been on the phone. Okay. Let me just see. 1028.
Yeah.
Your eye care order. Let me just see. 959. One of them was ordered on, where's the date on this? Where's the email? One of them was ordered October 28th, and the second one, and had not been delivered yet. That was 959. And the second one was ordered, this one, I can't see the date. I don't know, but they are, they are definitely two separate orders. So, because they have two separate order numbers. So that's why I know it's not a repeat of the same one. So if there's any issue, I'll just give you the order numbers, okay? But they definitely, so they just two of those.
The first trial had a million things against her, and and not top lawyers, and no jury consultants. She had
Right.
3 people that voted for her.
Charlie, because it's the jury, no matter. The whole thing is it's the jury.
Yeah, but by the time my case came up, the poison were all over the place.
He said Katie had 3 people vote her way in her first trial. I didn't know that. Is that accurate? I thought it was just one, the girl with purple hair. 3 people voted for Katie in her first trial. You see, you just never know, do you? You never know. It's always, you gotta go to trial. You just never know. Right, we've got 4 minutes left. If anyone wants to support the channel, buy us a coffee on buymeacoffee.com. Or just leave a like on the video. That'd be great too. Thank you, guys.
I mean,
It's a long one tonight. Fuck.
we'll figure it out this week. When I get out of there, I'll have to leave the packages. I mean, I may very well have gotten, I may have gotten the package last Monday. I probably did when I came back from trial that night again.
No, not according to this. Oh yeah, Monday. That's right. That would have been okay. It may be, Charlie. It may be.
That picture that I got in my kitchen above the dog bowl.
Yeah.
Whatever you do, don't throw that picture away.
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. Nobody's going to touch it.
I got another picture of me holding Roman when I was sitting in the black car. He was sitting on my lap.
Yeah, I know. I have that picture. I have a copy of that picture. I have it in my album.
So at my house, a copy of it.
I will. Yes, I will. Don't worry. None of those pictures are going anywhere. Nothing is going anywhere.
I just don't want.
We're going somewhere.
You have no idea, man. You know, I remember one thing I did when I was with the. You won't recognize me. I didn't ever see there again.
He will come visit. He will know you. Trust me, Charlie. He'll recognize you. Trust me.
It's gonna fucking kill it. It's like.
Donna's already sort of at the point of, he will come visit, he will know you. You know, what happened to You know, a couple of days ago, we were like, so how are we going to get a new trial? Donna's kind of past that now, hasn't she? Reality is setting in.
He's gonna kill me because he show up in a fucking prison. It's gonna fucking kill me. Like, I don't know what's... I honestly don't know what's worse. I really, like... I'm not suicidal, but I'm saying it. I just look at things and I'm like, holy shit, like, I mean, it's like any enjoyment is sucked out, like, completely sucked out, and like the mental aspect of, like, of knowing better and knowing, you know, what you had and knowing what life was like and knowing what you're missing out on and, like, seeing everything going on without you, it's it's, I can't tell you what I think is worse. But
No, I know what it's worse. It's nothing worse. I know it.
I don't know, like, if I leave because of watching everything from above, I'll fucking take that. You don't understand how it's everything all at once.
I know.
I'm not suicidal at all. But I get why they come on here. I mean, because it's like...
It's protocol, Charlie. You know, it's just what they do.
Yeah, she knows everything. Everything and anything. Any facet of possible enjoyment. Everything that you can possibly enjoy is going to be mental torture. What you're missing, you know? I mean, it's buried in concrete. You can hear, you can see, you can talk. You're like,
Yeah.
the world's going on around you.
You can hear, you can see, and you can talk. Well, you're 3 ahead of Professor Markel then, aren't you? You know, you can dream, you know. You will have moments where you're going to laugh and enjoy the company of another human being, you know. You're going to have a really fun game of playing cards here and there, maybe darts. They probably don't have darts anymore, but, you know, that human beings have a way of adjusting, don't they? I mean, and so much so that prisoners that do a long stretch, 20 years, 25 years, 30 years, comes for the time for their release, they don't want to fucking go. They don't want to leave. They've changed. They've adapted. Markel's never going to adapt again, Professor Markel. You know, you can see, you can talk, and you can hear. You're 3 ahead, and there's a whole bunch of other stuff you can do. You know, look on the bright side, Charlie.
You're just trapped. It's like, it's rough, well.
It's very rough. It's very rough.
You know, and I talked to Dan, Dan's realistic, and he's like, look, you know, you gotta pray.
Yeah, chess. You know, chess is an amazing game. You can do that for fucking hours, you know? I mean, Professor Markel would love to play chess.
Pray for a miracle.
Right.
Hope for a miracle, yeah.
Not
I'll be
great
here
to
holding my
but we're
breath.
trying anything and everything. So we're just trying. That's all we can do. Maybe we can say there's nothing else to do. Oh, can you hear me, hon? Charlie, can you hear me? Honey, can you hear me? Honey,
Oh,
can you
we're
hear
at the
me, honey?
end. Finn. And that was it, guys. That was the, what are we up to now? We did call 15, 16, 17. So we got 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. We've got 8 more calls to go. I think they might be shorter calls, hopefully. This is good though. You know, every time we listen to it, there's something new we hear. I never knew that they were hiring a giant before. 2 giants. We've ordered a giant. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, so we'll be back, guys. We'll be back tomorrow. Many thanks. Many thanks. Good numbers today, guys. How did we do on those likes? If you haven't liked the video, please head over to buymeacoffee.com and like our coffee. Leave a like in our coffee cup and press that button of, you know, some button somewhere. That's fantastic. Oh, look, the last of the Mohicans. Victoria Girl with a super chat. Thanks for the epic stream. Thank you, Victoria Girl, for the epic super chat. Flame on, flame on. Yeah, okay, so we're done. We're done. What time is it? 7:33. Is there any point going to sleep? I don't know. Maybe have a lie down for a little bit. But I had all of this coffee. I've been trying not to drink coffee at night. But, what can I say? Yeah, so what are we doing tomorrow? More calls? Or maybe we're going to see what happens with this, what is it? Breaking news, blah, 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 blah. Breaking. Oh, people do what they want to do, I guess. That's cool. That's cool. I just prefer not to take this whole thing too seriously. You know. But that's just me. Anyway, we're going to say goodnight, guys. We're going to say goodnight. Many thanks to the chatters, the super sticker givers, the super coffee go-getters, and the bulletproof Metrix moderators. They're so bulletproof. Oh my God, you could hit these guys with bullets and they just bounce off. Okay, everybody, have a safe drive home. Thank you, everybody. Good night.